Yeah, I mean, Terry Hall actually great bit about it, about what their purpose is. They're like, we want to pay the players how important the play is. Trying, it's like, dude, we gotta play defense, dude. It's an extra pageantry that adds to the experience. But why shouldn't they gotta be doing it? Like, how homophobic are guys that are watching that? There's all these hot chicks, and instead they're going, what's this fucking guy doing in this short? There's 16 other girls with perfect bodies you can be paying attention to while you're focused on the gay guy. Yeah, and they always complain about how much money they're making. I'm like, dude, you get to go to the game for free. You're on the field. It's like, you have a great reality show. See how they accept it. How many lawyers are staring at them, dude? Sure, that's not favorite tier. Says 10%, right? So here's my whole thing, dude. There's always going to be culture wars between the right and the left. I'm on nobody's side. Like, I'm right in the middle. I'm old school liberal. Yeah, live and let live. As long as you're not hurting people, particularly children, you'll never hear anything from me. I don't care what you do. By yourself, consenting adults, get as weird as you want. God gave us free will. Do whatever you want. Make your path. But when you start to demonize certain people, you're setting up a market for blackmail. So when people can't be themselves, and they're so afraid of people finding out who they really are, you're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of watching AC. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time where that's culturally acceptable. But that's why I tend to get so dark, is because we don't care if somebody's gay now. It's like, at least I know there's some people think it's like they just always want to do the appropriate thing. It's like, what would lead someone, let's get notorious, what's notorious problem child's ever heard of saying, oh, yeah, 100%. And I think that that's happened before. I don't think that that has not happened in human history. As a matter of fact, I know it's happened because my friend Shane Smith covered it when he was over in Africa when he interviewed that general that guy used to sacrifice children from the enemy tribes before everyone in the black area. He would sacrifice them and cut open their chest and their heart. He would eat a piece of their heart before going into battle. Right, but that's a real human being that did that. So we know that he didn't invent that. He didn't invent that. No, right? I mean, it's in the Bible too. Like they want to take out the Canaanites and atheists use that as like, oh, let's kill all the women and children. What do you think about that? Well, the Canaanites were practicing child sacrifice. There's a reason why. Now, the language you can get into, like the Bible language, the First Testament, like it's in the language of the time. They were a lot more important with it. The Canaanites were sacrificing children. I mean, that's a big part of it. It goes all the way back to Chronos, the first god, which is the god of time. And the whole story about it was told that his kids would slay him. So every time his female would have children, he would eat the kids. Time. Like he was sad. They get weird, but what they're really going to look at some of the things that pharmaceutical drug companies have pushed through in the future and the impact they've got on kids. And whether or not they're going to figure that is simple way of child sacrifice. Because it really is kind of, if you know that it's causing damage, but you're doing it for money, you kind of sacrifice something for that. Gotta stop India's superstitious killings and what's this movie? Human sacrifice, particularly that of minors, has been prevalent in many parts of India for a long time. More than 85 kids, all 113, were ritualistically murdered in the country in the last 6 years per government data. Last year, there were 14 cases of parents were probably sacrificing or attempting to sacrifice children on the advice of a son. That was a part of history. It's still happening. That's what I'm saying. Like that, still, 25 people think sacrificing a child is the right move. That's what we need to do. You sacrifice a child. Well, that's all we think. It's our closest to God. Yeah. When you think about like things like that, like drugs that are pushed on kids, that's just for profit. Medications that kids are forced to take, that's just for profit. Things that are fucking up with it. Yeah, it's just because people want to make money. The future, when we look at child sacrifice and they are doing food Everything's programming. Even those people making the program for the religion tells them like to sacrifice their own children. It goes against everything you're wired. It's like that's the ultimate control of a person. You have to sacrifice their child. Right? I mean, if kids in trouble doesn't mean me or can you run over to make sure the kid's okay. I've done it 1,000 times. But now you have people like, especially like if you look at like what's going on in Gaza, you have people labeling airborne as terrorists. Like that is your programming overriding your basic instinct, which is to protect your own cause because they are the future. And that's powerful. So my theory is that anxiety, depression, and anger and all that stuff comes from when your programming and your reality clash and they don't meet up. Your programming from generational trauma, your programming from school, all that stuff meets reality, and you start to just go a little crazy. I think a lot of that is purposeful to get us on pharmaceuticals. I think it's purposeful. So how would they engineer that to have that? Well, first of all, your grandparents, your parents tell you that the trauma of your past beating that into you forever. Like I had my buddy's girlfriend on my show, and she's Jewish, and she was telling me, I go, what's it like to grow up Jewish? And she was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids, one for each parent, and then 1 kid lost in the Holocaust. Someone lost in the Holocaust. And like, think about that programming. Think about that over and over again to the point now where you're like, well, you know, these kids in Gaza are terrorists. I mean, newborn babies are terrorists. I mean, that is heavy stuff. I mean, I've read about the Armenian genocide my whole life to the point I got tattooed right here. You know, like that is, you know, that is your programming. Then you go to school, it's been infiltrated by all these cultural influences, and they're just pushing this thing to get you to hate your own country, hate the establishment, hate all this stuff. So you have this entire country where everybody's fighting with each other, and that's all that causes, you know, maximum chaos because people are easy to manipulate, control when they're in the anxiety they're going to. Doing like this whole thing with like taking over Washington D.C. right now. Everyone acts like this is just started. This started way back with 9/11. To fund the cops, this has always been the goal. So pressure from above, pressure from below. You're afraid to go on the streets, and you have no faith that your politicians are going to save you. So you have no hope. So you're getting really gnarly laws, and you're just demanding that you be kept safe, which is the ultimate goal, which is martial law. That's what they want, and that's what they've been doing. And it isn't starting in Washington, D.C. This started a while ago. They've studied all these different kind of cultural clashes. That starts with BLM, that's black people. Then you go to January 6th, that's white people. Then you go to Asian hate, that's Asian people. Then you go to No Kings, that's Latinos. And now you have the Supreme Court that is going to debate the legality of gay marriage. And if you were Sam, what do you think is going to happen? I would not overturn it. Because that's going to cause even more chaos. The streets are going to be burning in rainbows, dude. And that is what they want, martial law. All these, you know, these judges who are completely politicized are like releasing people who are hurting kids or hurting people. I mean, you have no faith in the system. And that grows your anxiety. Now all of a sudden you're angry, you're depressed, and you don't trust anything. And now you want to basically give up your God-given rights to be safe. And that is the goal. Pressure from above, pressure from below. If you ever want to watch a doc on it, it's really old. 69. I watched it last night on Twitter. It's G.R. Griffin, and it's called Capitalist Conspiracy. I sent to a bunch of people. I can't get anybody to watch this thing. And it breaks it down, dude. There was famous cases in the the 50s and 60s where kids were like radical communists on the campuses, and they said that something's going on here. They broke off and they testified for either Congress or Senate, and they basically said the goal is to basically bring in martial law. And these kids were all think they're raging against the machine. They don't realize the machine is funding all of this. So, you know, it's like the No Kings. When it came, the Latinos are really smart. Like when Eddie and I do shows all the time, there's tons of Mexicans, tons of Latinos in the crowd. They get conspiracies. So when No Kings was happening in LA, there were like 10 leaders who told their entire block, no way you go to these things. Because they all thought I was funded by the Walmart. Like, that's what always happens. They all have billionaires that fund these kind of radical groups to sell families. So because they don't want that kind of lockdown immigration. Like, there's a lot of people who don't want to come to the country. They don't want to pay. There's that. And they're already hiring other illegals, working in their factories, working in their businesses. And there's also the dispute about SNAP, about cutting back on Medicaid and SNAP, and kids who have the benefits too, benefits too. That was one of the things that this guy was telling me about. Someone told him, again, conversation with someone said it's really upset with stopping immigration because it's a big part of what he uses for his business. And he was like open about it. He was saying that he does it because he doesn't have to pay the benefits. You can pay them less if you don't pay it out loud. So that was part of the thing too. Like, there was like, you need more of a supply of people that are willing to do the construction jobs and the slaughterhouse jobs, like jobs that they would afford the slaughterhouse. But I also hear them always say Americans don't want to do this job, and my fat ass is going to fucking Wendy's at 11 p.m. and I'm ordering a chicken sandwich. You gotta hand me the bag. It's 55 years old. I mean, Americans want to work. That's a whole psyop that they don't want to do. So shut up. Those jobs are really bad. Labor, or if you're making vegetables, if you're working at fucking slaughterhouse, that's a bad job. You're around it's crazy cold. You're cutting things up. You're covered in blood. You're just around death all day. Death is supposed to be something you occasionally see. Kiss it to the sky. Thank God for the deer. You're not supposed to see slaughter 24 hours a day. It's like crazy. That's like not normal for a human being. And what's really weird is how like I see
this is complicated enough, but I have to add in hopefully on the z-axis, right? We have an x-axis, a y-axis, we also have a z-axis, which is religious values.
No way.
The first,
No way this fucking game kicks off in 5 fucking minutes. No way. I don't believe it. And I don't think anybody else on this earth should believe it either. Because it's bullshit.
You know what? A lot of rabbis are opposed to Zionism. They look at the people who are promoting it and they say, hey, these guys are basically structural.
No shit, it does. Incredible.
However, the problem is essentially the equation to wait for the Messiah for Israel. My book suggests that maybe the fact that these secular Jews are
Wait. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't explain that. It was bullshit. Dude, that fucking Philly mom is so fucking funny. Philly mom is so fucking funny. Yo, dog. That woman is so funny and she's beautiful. And I think funny chicks are so funny. Alright, so how do we get game day?
No, let's stick to our traditional understanding of the which says don't force the issue. It's a chutzpah. It's bold and unfair to God to demand that He's the Messiah. We have to be patient in diaspora. And this is a group called Israel, or the community of Israel, that was really focused on traditional Torah.
ESPN 3. That was a thing. Dog, are we choosing? No, I had Martians in my phone. Oh shit, I'm up. I knew this was
that
going
was
to
the
happen.
cycle that results in a grand celebration at the end. This is the most recent celebration at the MetLife Stadium in New York. I was actually seated myself off to the right of this picture, and it's celebrated all over the world. This worldwide study of this moment. So that's kind of like a quick overview of the many different complicated political organizations and views have gone through at this time, an expression of a reaction to the fundamentally one implementation. Thank you very much for your attention tonight. Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. At this point, that we had kind of like a general overview of the expression of political opinion among Jews for a snapshot in time, really from 1897 to about 1912. We should go on to
What's up, baby? We got UFO Phil going. Rabbi's on the clock. Okay, who we picking?
I'd like to focus the next hour.
I don't really know.
Soviet experience, which was one of the most significant.
Joe Mixon, he's not playing this year. How about Jay Higgins? Maybe he just turns out to be the best fucking player ever. Are there any running backs available? How about Jaden Blue?
So, if you look at this map here,
Najee Harris.
actually seen on the left, this is what East Central Europe looked like before World War I. You can see that it's dominated by three major empires: the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire. And that big sort of like puzzle piece sticking out to the left is Poland, Poland. And then just a few years later,
what about Brandon Ayuk?
Radical changes. You can see on the right hand
He's gonna
side,
miss like the whole fucking.
is completely unrecognizable. You have the German Empire is significantly shrunk. It's there's a section
everybody's like,
Russia,
no.
which is actually the wrong color in the map. It should be the same color.
Okay, how about Higgins?
But it's got the land bridge that separates it from Germany proper. That land bridge is up there.
Alright, we're going with Jaden Higgins.
Not been seen on the map since the late 18th century. So all of a
Wait,
sudden,
maybe not.
back, and it's taking up quite a bit of territory.
Darnell Mooney.
It actually will have a very large proportion of non-ethnic Poles living within the boundary. And to contrast that, where is Austria?
Why is he questionable?
That empire is significant. There are tiny.
Are there any grads that are
Hungarian Empire in a country called Austria, and its neighboring country Hungary, but they are just a tiny fraction of its original size.
No, everybody sucks.
Monarchy. Now all of a sudden, the majority of the former citizens of Austria find themselves in totally different countries. A couple of them are actually completely new countries. Like, for
why are they
example,
saying he's gonna suck dick?
Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech
No,
Republic,
questionable.
Slovakia.
Mooney.
Represents a totally new
Here we go.
country that,
We're Dr. Mooney.
northern part of Austria.
Oh, we drafted him.
Austria.
Okay, that's 5 fucking wide receivers in a row.
Expanded. And look at this, Yugoslavia, the South Slav, this totally new country that takes up quite a bit of
Alright,
the
that's
old
any
Austro-Hungarian Empire,
King?
also Serbia.
You fuck. Go fuck yourself.
Things have changed so dramatically, and all of these things are going to be extremely important tomorrow morning when we look at the Holocaust, because of course the Germans and the Australians and the Italians, they are all practicing a kind of revisionism. They want to revise the peace treaties that created these new countries immediately after World War I. But now I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map on the right side of the screen where you Russian Empire has disappeared. So that's what we're going to look at first. What happened to the Jews of this region when the Russian Empire disappeared? So there's really two revolutions that removed Russia from that. The first one occurred in February of 1917. The second one occurred in October of 1917. Ironically, they're referred to in Russian historiography as the February, especially the October Revolution. But if you were standing where I am right now in New York, at that time the revolution happened, they would have been referred to as the March Revolution and the November Revolution, respectively. The reason for this is because one of the unusual quirks of the Roman Empire was that they relied on the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar then used in the West. And it was literally losing a year every century, I believe, since they had the switch. So they were 11 years, they were 11 days behind the Western calendar. Russia was quite literally behind the West.
Oh, tight, it's working.
There's only later in 1918, I think,
Hilarious.
said, okay, let's use the same calendar as the West, and that's how we are synchronized today. But back then, they were actually the same. So the first revolution occurred in February, and it seemed to have started from a food riot. Let us recall that World War I has been going on now for 3 years, right? It erupts in 1914. It was the first really major global conflict involving forces from all over the world, literally, and Russia is involved, but they are not doing very well. They lose almost immediately a massive amount of territory to German forces that's cut off on the western front for Russia, and they don't seem to be able to gain those back. Ultimately, the fact that these regions were behind German lands would contribute to their ability to establish independence after World War I, because Russia is not able to assert its control over Poland and the Baltic states, for example. So they're not doing well. They're outfitting their soldiers extremely poorly. Soldiers are unmotivated, finding that they don't have enough clothing to wear in winter. Famously or infamously, they were not even properly equipped for the war.
Oh,
Quotes, I'm not sure if it's apocryphal, but it certainly captures the mood that Russian soldiers were told to use their bayonets first, meaning to use the knives that were mounted to the ends of their rifles to fight first, because they had a lack of ammunition and they could afford to waste it by shooting at the enemy. So they had to close enough to the enemy to use a bayonet.
Yo, shut the fuck up. Stupid shit.
At the same time, internal supply issues were facing a lot of the civilians living in Russian cities who simply did not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day,
Monsters
there was
balls.
a food riot that erupted when apparently a woman in the city of Petrograd, Peter's city, named after the patron saint of Peter the Great. By the way, this name Petrograd is significant. It used to be called St. Petersburg after St. Peter, the patron saint of Peter the Great, the Tsar, and then the word Berg was a German name for a city. So therefore, during World War I, people were patriotic. They named it Petrograd, Grad being a Russian suffix meaning city, so it didn't have a German ending. When I grew up in northern Ontario, there was actually a town, an Indian village, pre-Indian, that was called Swastika. And during World War II, they decided to rename it, and it was called Churchill for a few years, very patriotic name. And after World War II, went back to Swastika because that was a really easy language. But anyway, so they named it Petrograd, and then the communists would later name it Leningrad, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, it would return to its original name, St. Petersburg, which is the name we use today. But anyway, in what was then Petrograd, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window because everyone was starving and hungry. This erupted into a great riot, and ultimately established in its wake was a provisional government, which is run by this man,
I'll give
Alexander Clemens.
you.
And the main challenge of the provisional government was that it wanted to establish a permanent government. To figure out what they were doing about World War I, it's still ongoing for another year. They have to figure out how they're going to stay in the war, remove themselves from the war, for the time being, they decided to stay in the war. But they had to try and pull together a representative body to allow citizens of the Russian Empire to vote on their future. This so-called constituent assembly, a very noble kind of democratic ideal to vote, get the vote of the population. It turned out to be their downfall because while they were slowly various creating this constituent assembly, much more nimble, smaller, and unscrupulous Bolsheviks were able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the constituent assembly before it could be properly seated and declare a total government in October. But during this brief interregnum between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this constituent assembly, one of the most important things he did was, the very first decision, actually, was to destroy the foundation, the legal foundation of this Mail of the Settlement. Here you can see it being kind of like in the light or white color against the gray. The Mail of Settlement.
Calm down, woman.
It was made heroic in the eyes of many Jews, although it was very short-lived. Here, by the way, is a period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of the relative populations of Jews, the concentration of Jews in several provinces of the Pale Settlement. Very strong population, more than 70% in the eastern part of Poland, in the central part of Poland by Warsaw, very strong concentrations in the region of Lithuania and in the right bank Ukraine, that is the right bank of the Dnipro River, the western half of Ukrainian territory. Of course, smaller concentrations as you go further to the east. So, what happened after the February Revolution is Lenin, the driving force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factories and villages and elsewhere. They're called Soviets, which means councils. And with their support, he storms the Constituent Assembly with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all powers to the Soviets, and proclaims what would eventually become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the first communist state in Europe, and a whole new experiment in this country to establish this form of government in Europe. The notion that supported Lenin's popularity was the idea that this new, totally new radical form of government would ultimately cleanse Russia of its various corruptions, including the monarchy, including the church, very, very anti-clerical, anti-church movement, anti-religious in general, as we shall see, and also its capitalism. You can see at the bottom of this image that literally shows Lenin cleaning up the globe, because many felt that once communism started in Russia, it would eventually expand to fill the entire globe. This is really at the heart of the confrontation between the United States with the institution of democracy, that the United States believed that democracy would eventually conquer all regions of the globe. And the Soviets felt equally by the way, as kind of a stand-in for the Jews in general, sometimes made explicit in the Star of David, things like that, but Jews and capitalists very highly identified during the communist time, particularly when it leads towards some anti-Semitic interpretation. I know, it's very ironic that communist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being capitalists, capitalist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being communists. You just can't win. But that's the reality of anti-Semitism. It just does not have to make sense. Here is some propaganda directed against the communist movement by the white Russians.
White Russians, my favorite country.
Russians of this term. The term Belarus literally means white Russia, and it's a region of the former Russia, now the USSR. And so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or literally translated white Russians. But in the context of the revolutionary movement, the communists were associated with the color red. Right? The Reds are the Soviets. And so those forces that oppose the communists, sometimes either openly monarchist, wishing to bring back the Tsar, sometimes a little bit more moderate, wishing to defend some kind of provisional government sort of idea. They were called the Whites, to contrast that with the Reds. It has nothing to do with the territory of Belarus specifically, it's more a political orientation. So the Whites and the Reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly. The Whites were perhaps most notorious for their anti-Soviet propaganda, some of which was explicitly anti-Semitic. So this particular example compares the early communists to Aztec priests performing a human sacrifice. The human sacrifice is supposed to represent some kind of monarchic figure there, and it's being sacrificed in the Holy Mother Russia being sacrificed before the altar which Karl Marx sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right, the Communist International, the Socialist International, the whole idea of communism that was organized as an international group. Russia was about to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice towards this idea. The various figures you can see, they're labeled at the top in Russian. Lenin, of course, is the central figure in the bright red row. Right next to him, the butcher, is Trotsky. Right? Remember that Trotsky was Jewish, and Trotsky is all along with actually these other figures here. And Trotsky is also especially feared by the whites because he is leading very effectively the Red Army. Ultimately, the whites will be defeated by Trotsky's army. There's also this representation here of what's clearly ex-Hasidic Jews. You can see that the one on the left is still bearing his earlocks, his bayos, although he's bareheaded at this time, which suggests a more secular orientation. And he's holding a bag with the number 30 on it, which is a reference to the betrayal of Jesus by Judas for 30 silver pieces of his silver. So the whole idea is that the message is that Jews are somehow betraying Russia as well by contributing to this. And in fact, there's a major staple of Russian propaganda was white Russian propaganda, was that the Jews had somehow sold out Mother Russia to the communists, and to explore that in some detail. What I'd like to do is actually take
Look at this. Look at this. What the fuck happened here? Finally. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Dude, that fucking Billy mom is so fucking funny. I can watch all this shit again. She's so funny. She is so fucking funny. She is so funny. Is she the funniest person on Instagram? She has more shit going than the other chick. The other chick's hot. But if that other chick wanted to look perfect, she has a tooth that's just like a little off. Aside from that bitch is fucking fucking. That that motherfucking bitch is so funny. Man, 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 man. Come on, you little bitch. Six a.m. You fixed your toilet. Look at this. So, dude, what is this bullshit? Silk is the worst browser. I think I've just in my sleep developed browsers that are better than Silk. I'll give you a 3/4 gap, kid. Calm down, woman. So I gotta stand. Sucks. I know so much about Ukraine. I could do that. Not really. Speculate on that. I like how nobody talked to me. I got that one guy who was fucking amazing. Everybody unsubscribe. Nobody subscribed. To unsubscribe, you gotta first be subscribed, dog. Yo, Zoot, how you living, pimp?
Not too
Zoot,
bad.
how's your life going?
Rabbi,
What up, baby? How you living?
about this before. Hey, are you ever worried that if your stream goes viral, that someone will try to kill you?
Yeah, I've already had people try to at least be really creepy and like come to where I live, and that's okay. I mean, I get that, but at that point, I'll probably be able to hire armed security, and that won't be an issue then.
Yeah, but like when we were talking about like the mental health stuff yesterday, you made some really good points, and I'm just like, if anyone was listening, pharmaceutical companies would probably want to kill us.
Oh yeah, they want to kill me for many reasons, but I don't know. I'll I'll just do my best to protect myself. But yeah, I've thought of that, and that's probably a pretty. I'm really what I'm worried about. I get people, and it's happened before, who become obsessed with me online, and many times in a good way, but it's like they become too like I don't want to say too big of fans, but they'll like message me, like they watch me for all these hours, and they'll do anything for me, and like that's cool, but it's like calm down, like I want you to be normal. And I imagine if I go viral, then it'll be that a lot. Do you know what a stan is? It comes from Eminem's song "Stan."
Yeah, they're doing new documentary about everyone can understand.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, it'll probably be like that, and I even get people who I still communicate with on here who sometimes message me like really long paragraphs about all the things they want to do, and that's cool. I mean, that's neat, but like one step at a time. I get that. I look at this point. I'm just someone who basically streams their life. I don't really have a political agenda. Now, in terms of pharmaceutical companies, Joe Rogan said all the things that I say, or I say all the things that Joe Rogan says. It's not any different. And I think that for any negativity I do for a pharmaceutical company, I could do a lot more positivity for them. Like I could just take their drug, not like what's a drug I would take like Wegovy, which is like a weight loss drug, which makes it so that you're not hungry. I just take one of those and become a spokesperson for it, and make them the number one weight loss drug in the United States or in the world. So it's like it's a cost benefit analysis. Maybe this rabbi doesn't have that much confidence. Well, I do in a lot of their drugs. They work. A lot of their drugs work really, really well. It's just how people get their hands on them. But some of their drugs work extremely well. Other drugs are questionable, and other drugs I think are sometimes negative. So it just depends on the drug. But I'd be a spokesperson for lots of their drugs. Fentanyl, fentanyl's a drug that works extremely well. I've had a lot of fentanyl in my life, a lot, and I would be a spokesperson for fentanyl. Hydrocodone works. Oh, a ton of it. Yeah, yeah. I've had tons of it because I've had surgeries before. I've had like foot surgeries and um, back surgeries, and after those, if you are in pain, you go to like a pain management specialist, and they give you fentanyl patches, um, and they work really, really well. And I think I'm the poster child for it because when I didn't need them anymore, I was able to just quit. Like I didn't, I there was no drawback. I didn't feel like I needed anything more. And I was on the second most amount of fentanyl that you can be on in the United States. It's 75 milligram patches. The only way I could go higher is 100 milligram patches, and I didn't want to do that because I always wanted a little bit more if ever anything ever happened. Um, but yeah, I was on fentanyl patches for a long time after several surgeries that I had, and they worked really well. I'll never forget the first time I used fentanyl. Um, I read what to do, and I had this girl with me, and I put it on my chest, and I just fell asleep like immediately. There's this thing called fentanyl nod where you just like literally just fall asleep. Like it's like you put a sticker on you basically and you fall asleep. And that's exactly what happened. And I slept like a fucking baby. Dude, there's this other drug that I had. I forget what. I had a foot surgery. Um, I had plantar fasciitis, which is like just an issue with the underside of your foot that causes you to um, it just doesn't allow your foot to be able to like stretch as much as it should, and it can cause some pain. And there's this drug I took. Um, it was I'm gonna look it up right now. I'll never forget. I awoke and um, I was in the post surgery room. I forget what it's called. And when I awoke, there's this nurse there, and she's like, "You're waking up right on time." And she's like, "How do you feel?" And I was like, "Man, I feel wonderful." And she's like, "You should. You just had propofol. That's the same thing that killed Michael Jackson." It was like, oh man, now I see why because it was it was like a euphoric feeling. It was wonderful. So for all the negativity that I talk about pharmaceutical companies, I think I could be a perfect spokesperson for a lot of these drugs. Propofol, fentanyl, hydrocodone, uh, oxycontin, oxycodone. I've taken all of those and never had an issue with withdrawal.
What was the drug that killed Michael Jackson?
Propofol, Propofol. He called it mother's milk. He used to ask the doctor to prescribe it for him so that he could sleep. And man, would that put you to sleep? It's a very intense drug. At least with fentanyl, I was on the second highest amount of fentanyl you could be on, and there's only one kind of drug that works for killing pain better than fentanyl, and that's carfentanil, which is used on elephants and rhinos and like really big animals. It's like a veterinary tranquilizer, so it's not even prescribed to people. But when it comes to fentanyl, morphine was another one. I've been on morphine drips, and
I've had nothing before.
have you ever been on a drip where you get there's like a little button you get to push in the hospital?
No.
So they have this thing, I forget what kind of surgery. I think I had a hammer toe surgery, which just straightened your toes. And basically, like when you come out of surgery, you're in a lot of pain, and you can get
Oh my God.
oh my God,
This drug will kill you.
propofol.
Yeah.
Yeah, it killed Michael Jackson. That's why they only gave it to me after surgery, like literally as I was coming out of a surgery. Oh, I had a deviated septum surgery, and it might have been after that. Uh, basically, where they do a surgery on your face, like in your nose, to open your nasal passages. I don't know. I've
This
had,
drug will kill you.
yeah, I mean, if you take enough of them, anything will kill you. Enough water will kill you. But yeah, a lot of people die from drinking too much water every year.
It's very hard to do intentionally.
No, it's not. People do it all the time during races.
So it's very hard to do it intentionally.
I'm saying that people drink a lot of water to the point where they die. More people die from drinking too much water on Earth a year than sharks.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
more people drink water.
Yeah, but nobody thinks that like you can drink so much water that you die.
There's a point where your brain stops. It's like I don't need enough. I've had enough water, but your brain doesn't do that. You know what your brain doesn't do that with?
What's that? What's that?
Soft drinks and alcohol. Your brain doesn't go. I need to stop.
Okay.
You can drink. Like, think about how many people like drink like shit tons of like. How many people each day like are drinking like liters and liters of Coca-Cola? If they had the same amount of water, they'd die.
No, you need more water.
Enough.
No, you need more water than that to die. You have to drink like gallons of water.
How much?
I mean, you could look it up, but it's like at least a few gallons.
I've seen people that drink like fucking gallons of fucking Coca-Cola and nothing happens to them.
Yeah, but they do it over a long period of time.
Yeah, they put us on.
I'm not sure about that. I've taken other drugs though.
6 liters.
Okay, 6 liters of water. That's 2 liters. That'll kill you. 6 liters will. Yeah, it depends on the brand. I've got to say that when I take a new drug, at least the drugs that I've been given, they've all worked really well. And so, go ahead.
I'll put myself where I haven't gone to the gym all week and I put it back on weight.
All right. Now, here's my question, Zoo. What up? Somebody just said hello to me on YouTube.
Yeah.
Are you Still interested in being a male stripper?
Yeah, but I fucked up my reputation. I have to go. I have to go out into state.
Yo, your user. Oh, just one moment, Zoo. Yo, Michael, who. Your username is Mizzy XX. Is that on? Is that on Twitch? Is that on Rumble? Is that on Kick? Or is that on? How will I know I win on stream? Hello. Uh, dude, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/Rabbi. You, what is your username? Is that on Kick? Tell me what platform that's on. Dude, how did you fuck up your reputation? Dude,
Yeah.
yeah.
Fucked up a relationship that was meant to get me the job.
How did you fuck up the relationship?
Um,
Yo, Michael Hoo. You're Missy XX on what platform? Missy XX, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/Rabbi. That will give you the link to come to my Discord. And we can talk all day if you want. Come to my Discord. Dude, how did you screw up this relationship?
Someone that they knew me, and they were being a massive bitch.
It was a chick?
Yeah, that I met a long time ago that was being a bitch.
Okay, so what did this girl do? Tell me the story.
I don't really know. She just said she knew me
My
to
Discord.
him
Come to my Discord.
and not to work with me.
Oh, so she fucked you.
Yeah.
What happened to the girl? Why did she say that?
Mm, I don't know. I think it was because I was mean to one of her friends, but then we patched things up, and then she didn't realize that I patched things up with her, and she still thinks that she still holds a grudge.
Okay, well, like, dude, what happened with the girl?
Well, girl,
What happened to this chick?
I'm actually a bitch.
Okay, you keep saying that, but what did she do?
She told that was meant to give me the job not to work with me.
Okay, well, aren't there other strip clubs where you could work?
Yeah, interstate.
Well, isn't that too far away?
No.
Okay, so are you going to do that?
Yep.
So you're still going to do it? Dude, are you still going to do it?
I'm gonna try.
Okay. Did McDonald's get back to you? Dude. Dude.
Yeah.
And what did they say? Did you make your video for them?
Yeah, they said the application's finished.
Okay. And what's the plan now?
They stand up on Monday night. Kill it.
Well, of course, we know you're going to do that. But I mean, don't you have a plan for working at McDonald's?
No. I got a plan. I got a plan where I got to see an occupational therapist, and then they give me a job provider, and they pay for my job providing services.
What's a job providing service? You mean a headhunter?
Yeah, but they look for jobs for me.
Okay. I mean, that works.
It's just a couple. So from September 15th.
It's September 15th?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened September 15th? Dude, what happened September 15th?
I get to see my occupational therapist.
Okay, are you excited for that?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of job are you going to give you? All right. Would you be willing to work a physical job? Oh, fuck. Dude, I'll be there in a second. And we're going to play. So just be patient. I need another 3 minutes. So, Zoo, what kind of job do you think they're going to give you? You don't know?
$20 million.
You think they're going to give you a $20 million job?
Yeah.
Okay. Doing what?
I deserve $20 million a year.
Of course you do, Zoo. We all know that. Everybody knows that. All right.
I mean, it's just gonna go up my nose. It's better that they do that than
Zoot, have you ever done cocaine?
No.
So you don't even know what it's like.
No, I would never do cocaine.
Dude, it's fun as fuck. All right, you ready for Moncala, son?
Have you done cocaine?
Tons.
What?
Yeah. Yo, welcome.
Hello,
What up, Cat? How you living, Pimp?
I'm doing good.
Excellent.
I was away for a couple of days. I had to do something.
That's okay,
I
shit.
just decided to check up on what's going on here.
Absolutely. We're just about to play a game. Dude, are you ready for your invitation?
Hello?
Yo, what up? How are you?
Can you send me the wrong invitation?
Oh, you've got it? Welcome.
Yep. This isn't my code.
Okay, well, we'll play whatever game you started.
Which game are you guys playing?
I don't even know. Zin. Oh, we're playing. Hold on, we're playing Karam. Hold on, we're playing Karam first. You beat me the last time.
So you definitely should play cocaine.
so much fun if you don't try cocaine.
There you go. Listen to Cat.
You have to keep it under control. You don't need to be scared of the unfamiliar. You just have to keep it under control.
That's 100% right.
Cocaine is good for you, trust me.
Cocaine will give you.
It's like coffee, it's a stimulant. It makes your brain function faster.
That's all true.
Oh, Rabbi, I help you.
All right.
Talk. I think like you're gonna get it in if you get a few here, but I set myself up in a really good position.
Yes, you did.
Okay, Rabbi, I will not disturb your gaming session more. I will see you later, maybe.
Absolutely, Cat.
Yes.
Cat, you're
Oh,
always
yeah.
welcome. Excellent. Take care, Emma. Cat, peace, buddy.
Thank you.
Don't do cocaine or
I will, but now.
cocaine or heroin.
Dog.
So you done cocaine, Rabbi?
Yeah. I've done it in Mexico, and I've done it in Las Vegas, and
Well, that's fucking good. Doing it in Mexico.
no, because we got it in Las Vegas. So, um, we had a hookup. This guy, my uncle is like a high roller, kinda, not really, like not a really big high roller, but like he knew a lot of people at casinos, and there was this guy who lived in his gated community, and he, my friends and I were there for spring break, and we were gonna do cocaine, and my uncle had said like he loves cocaine, but he doesn't do it unless other people are there because he would just do it all day. And so this guy comes over and he has this like package, and we put it on a plate, and we snorted cocaine for a we snorted cocaine all night. I snorted cocaine as I tried to write a paper, and this paper just ended up being the worst paper I ever wrote. It was so bad that my professor, who was really cool, told me just enjoy spring break and write the paper when you come back. And um, I then we drove from Las Vegas, like through California to the Mexico border, and they just like waved us in the Mexico border. They didn't even stop us. And then we fucking snorted this. We just brought this plate with us, and my uncle had a condominium. My uncle had a condominium.
Right.
You're good. My uncle had a condominium in Mexico, and then once we got there, we like we ended up finishing the cocaine. I literally like had this whole plate of cocaine to myself, which I just thought was the fucking
Oh, you're fucking.
I just thought was the coolest fucking thing ever. And um, I I was just up. Oh, I know. I was up so much. I was up all night fucking by myself doing cocaine, and I had to drive to Mexico the next day, and I couldn't do it. I was too tired, and I told my friends like, look, if you make me drive, we're never gonna fucking get there. And so my other friend drove, and um, then we made it to Mexico, and then once we were there was so much other shit to do. Like we took this tour of a tequila factory after dark, after it was closed, and we fucking got all fucked up on tequila. There was just like a lot of fucking drugs to do. But yeah, I've done cocaine. Never to the point where I had like a cocaine habit. Um, but yeah, and it's a lot of fun. I love the like almost more than anything. there's like a whole um how would I say, like a procedure that you do when you do it. It's like you chop it up, and it's like on a mirror, or it can be, and then you get like a yeah, or plate or whatever, and then you fucking do it, and then it just like instantly hits you. You feel like you're in a movie. It's just, it's great.
Doesn't sound great.
Yeah, it does. It's amazing.
The after effects don't sound
Um, I've got you here, Zoot. The After Effects. I mean, there's like a come down, yeah, but you can ease that. Now, I think you get into trouble when you start mixing it with stuff, but we were in a fortunate position because the guy, my like uncle's dealer, lived in a house right. It was like a neighboring house in this gated community. We knew where he got it. He got it directly from Colombia, and he used to just ship it around the world or around the United States. At least at the time, this was a while ago. But you could ship things from like FedEx and UPS, and they wouldn't get checked, but they would by the the post office. Dude, you have an invitation. Dude, you have an invitation.
How do you how do you earn the how do you earn the points in this?
You play ranked games.
Rabbi, I think I fucked up.
Big dog. In Moncala, it's never over, baby.
This is the most confusing name ever.
Why do you think it's confusing?
Because we don't know the strategies.
I do.
I'm doing a good strategy right now.
Yeah.
I do not. I think that was okay. Your turn. Don't get diagnosed.
Calm down, dude.
I think everything like oh,
Yeah, that was big time, dude.
that was a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it was. Dude, I might lose. You just helped me. I've won.
played terrible.
Yeah, you did.
I gotta win the next game.
I'm ready for you, Pam.
Do you know did you play that?
Pardon me. I mean,
7.
it's not done yet.
You're not
Calm down, Zeus. You're up, big dog. I just won. Maybe. Actually, maybe not. Maybe. We'll see.
You've won.
We'll see, big dog. Yeah, it's over.
I think you probably got one of the highest scores you can get here.
What was it?
41. I've never seen higher than that.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't know if that's the highest you can get, but it's high. Big dog, you're up. You're up, Tim. You're up, Tim.
I keep losing.
Yeah, you do. Wow, this one.
I have a feeling I won.
That was a big one.
I think the best move here is this. Rabbi,
What up, Tim?
I don't think you're in a good place here.
I am not.
I don't think that was a good move.
It was not. Oh, dude. What's going to happen?
Fuck. I think it's about even now. Rabbi,
What up, pimp? I can't lose. I cannot lose. It's over.
Fuck, I played way. I swear, if I try, I was trying too hard and I lost. I swear in this game, like, you just click buttons and you win.
You know that's not true. There's a G. And by the way, you can earn coins by just playing non-ranked games. We just earn coins there.
I've got an idea.
What's your idea, pimp?
I'm just gonna click buttons.
I don't know if that's smart.
What?
Yeah, you know it, baby.
Oh. How long do you think it's gonna take?
Oh man, my game just glitched out. You're up, pimp.
So you can stream forever, Rabbi?
That's the plan.
Do the people at Cube know what you're doing?
Oh yeah.
Like, do they have you ever come into live stream?
Yeah, they put me on the front page a few times. And they have to manually do that.
Now they banned you?
Correct.
Why do you think they banned you?
They have told me they have banned me for ban evasion.
Spam evasion?
Ban evasion.
What?
When you avoid their bans.
Oh, ban evasion.
Word.
What would if you streamed on Cube right now?
I would probably be able to do it for a little time and then they ban me. Dude, what's gonna happen here, son? Dude, what's gonna happen here? This game is over. This game is over.
They threatened legal action.
No, but I've had people who have come to me to sue them through class action lawsuits. There was a a law firm that contacted me and a bunch of other people who had their data leaked by Kick or something like that. And I thought about uh, I thought about going along with it, but I figured they didn't really do anything that wrong, and whatever, it's no big deal. I didn't really care about it. So you have an interesting strategy.
I think I fucked up. I could have really fucked you up there.
Yes, you could have. Oh, you fucked up, son.
I don't think I did.
You might have won.
Might have fucked up.
You, my friend, might have won. Nope, I got you.
No.
I got you, son. This game is over.
Yeah, you still have to move.
Yeah, it's over though. Baby, this game is over. You fucked up majorly.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Why do you think no one talks about people with impaired motor skills?
Dude, they talk about them all the time.
No, they don't.
Ever heard of somebody with a DUI?
Yeah, I'm talking about like someone that's born with impaired motor skills. Why do you think it doesn't like the issue? Like, why are there so many people with impaired motor skills?
I mean, a lot of times people don't want to talk about people with special needs.
If you're a child with impaired motor skills, would you not want to talk about that?
I don't know. I probably would want to be an advocate for those kinds of people. Good move, Zoot. Zoot, good move. What are you gonna do, Zoot? What are you gonna do, Zoot? Zoot. What are you gonna do, son? Zoot, is this game over? Zoot, is this game over? Yes, it is.
I think I'm in a better position than you.
Let's see.
That might have been the worst. That was the worst move you could have made. All right, Rabbi. Might not be a great move. Oh, that might have been this. That might have been the move. Rabbi, I think I made the perfect move.
Zoot, just win, baby. I won. You lost by as slim a margin as you can lose, by which you can lose. Zoot, you lost.
2 points?
1 point.
No, 2.
You had 23.
Yeah, you had 25.
Right. You lost by 1 point.
That's 2 points.
That's a good point. But if you had one more point, we would have tied. So basically, I get what you're saying. It's an interesting thing. I don't know why they say it that way. Okay, so you lost by 2 points. But, okay, that's fine. Are you going to improve your game?
I get what you're saying.
Right. It's an interesting thing. What are your thoughts on this move?
Not as good as this move. Yeah, that might seem like a bad move now, but it will come back later. Been 10 years.
Zoot, you're up, big dog.
I swear the last 5 years it felt like 2 years, man.
Oh.
Time just goes so quick when you get older.
Word, dog. What's going to happen here, Zoot? I think you might win.
Did your 30s go quicker than your 20s?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Zoot, what's going to happen here? Zoot, is it over?
Yeah.
Zoot, is this game over? Zoot. Zoot, is this game over?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
does every year get faster and faster?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, sir. Zoot, you've lost like 5 games in a row.
Doesn't it slow down when you get like to old age as well? But time slows down when you get to old age.
No, it goes like extremely fast then.
Why do you think that is?
It's more relative time. So it's like when you're 3 years old, 1 year is 1/3 of your life. But when you're 30 years old, 1/30 of your life. I made a mistake.
At the same time, it's just different experience. And your brain processes. Your brain does like your brain processes more information. Has to process more information that it's not familiar with, and as you get used to the information, yeah. I heard constantly moving locations and um, slow down your feeling and time perception. You constantly moving location, your brain has to put more information than it has before.
That could be.
If you stay, if you stay in the same location, your brain isn't processing more as much information.
Zoo, what's going to happen here? Zoo,
I only need. Oh wait, you won. Yeah, you won. You won.
not necessarily. Zoo, what are your thoughts on that? Do you want to
I
have?
was focusing.
All right, it's time to play Match Monsters.
Maybe that's why time goes fast for you because you're in the same location for the last couple of years. I'll tell you something, though, right?
What do you want to tell me, Zoo?
There was one time I took shrooms, and the second time I'd done shrooms twice. The second time I took shrooms, it felt like I was stuck in that trip for 20 years.
Yeah, that happens.
I went to hell, I went to heaven. Heaven's better than hell. Are you ready, Rabbi?
I'm ready, baby. Oh, that was big time. Are you proud of that move?
Yeah, but I helped you.
How did
I helped you.
How did you help me?
If I was you, I would have just moved the berries because you're only losing 5 points. You're only losing one extra health point because you started with an extra health point.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the berries on this one. In fact, I do everything I can to outright avoid them.
You can't get Starbucks.
What up, pimp?
It is impossible to raise a fucking family in today's economy for the average person.
Yeah, I mean you have to make like 250.
$250 a year to raise a kid in this economy.
More than that. Just to own a house in California, it's about $250,000.
Yeah, no one's ever gonna have kids.
They will. They'll just have them out of wedlock, and then they'll be basically of the state.
What do you mean?
They'll just be um like they'll be in like foster care and stuff.
No one wants to do that. No one wants to have their kids raised in foster care.
It's just what happens. Dude, I'm at max hit point. Did you know that, son? You're up, big dog. Dude, were you aware that you are up?
you aware that I'm winning?
Look at the score, dog.
Yeah, but how many of your monsters are above?
0.
Why is that?
Because I don't like to lose points.
Rabbi, I just gave you an extra move.
Thanks, baby. I don't see it.
It could go. It's right in front of you. It's your turn. Are you stupid?
I didn't see it.
That was. It's your turn. Rabbi?
Yo, Zook, give it to me, baby.
Do it. Love, they won't let me push your face. Every icon song.
Does he sing a part on Bartender?
No. I don't know.
That song, I'm strong, enough to get me, got me doing things I'll never do. You I'm strong. I don't know. I like that song.
I don't know if that's that. I don't know if that's big.
Is that not Akon?
It could be.
You know that you say that? It might not be. I don't know why I think that song's by him. No, it's not. I don't think it is. Actually, now that you say that. But I do think that I just got an extra move, son. A heel leaf?
And you get to go. This is not good.
No, it's not, Zoot.
I won.
Akon.
Yeah, I had it.
Zoot, you're doing stand-up comedy on Monday?
Yeah.
Are you going to record it?
Today? Yeah. Today, someone told me that they met someone in Australia that they beat autism by getting bit by an horse.
I don't get it.
I don't either. They just got bit by a horse and they cured their autism.
Do you have possums there?
Yeah. Maybe I should just go get bit by a possum and cure my problems.
Zoot, you know you don't have it. So what are you talking? You don't even know what it is.
I know what it is.
No, you don't.
It's a deficit in social and verbal communication.
No one knows that. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is.
You know, just keep on changing the fucking ordering the criteria so everyone has some form of it. And then they just like, oh, you have it severely. It's like, well, what?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, plus the fucking person who diagnosed me with it was just misinterpreting everything I fucking said when they diagnosed me as well.
Zoot, I got another heel leaf, son.
You want to know the honest truth, Rabbi?
Tell it to me, baby.
I think in life there's some people you just don't connect with, and there's some people you do, and then people find you weird if you don't connect with the person and they put a label on you.
Okay.
That's the honest fucking truth.
All right, big dog. Whatever you want to say. I fucked up.
How'd you fuck up?
I could have beaten you straight up. This game is over, son. It's over, baby.
Should I fuck up like would I still be alive if I didn't get it there?
No.
I'm gonna ask Brock what he did.
You're gonna ask Grok what, son?
What is autism?
Dude, no one knows.
I don't even think they think you're diagnosing it as what the fuck it is.
I think it's what Rain Man had. Even though they say that's not like that.
You didn't know. Difficulty with verbal and non-verbal communication, such as understanding social cues and maintaining conversations or interpreting body language, engaging in repetitive actions, hand flapping, lining up objects, or having intense focus interest in specific topics. Sensory sensitivities, overall undersensitivity to inputs like sounds, textures, or lights. I don't have any sensory sensitivities, and I don't have.
Dude, are you gonna accept the fucking invitation? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw. Zoot, I just asked you a question, son. Are you ready to lose?
That's fun.
Zoot, you always say that, and literally, you always lose.
I just fucking gave you the game. Rabbi, do you realize that I could not have lined it up more perfectly from you the other way? Do you realize that you are playing nearly perfect right now?
Yeah, baby.
I'm gonna play the best game I can.
Let's see it.
November. Oh, fuck, I'm fucked. That wasn't the best move.
Yeah, it was.
No, you could have got 5. Okay, that was a pretty good move.
So I just got you with the fire and the green stuff.
Yeah, but I'm gonna win.
All right, let's see it because I don't think you are.
Have you ever? Oh, that was autistic.
That was Tourette's, son.
You're bad with social cues.
No, I think I'm amazing with them. I meet new people every day and make things very
You
tranquil.
think I'm bad with social cues?
Oh, you suck at them, dog. You're terrible.
Really?
Terrible.
What?
Um, you when meeting a new person, you're not very open. You ask strange questions, sometimes to make it awkward. Not that's not always that bad, but you when someone asks you a question, you don't answer immediately. You get distracted and do something else. Just leave without saying bye, like things that normal people do, and it's frustrating. You when somebody new says hi, how are you? You'll just be like quiet, and then I'll sometimes have to say, Zoot, they said hello, how are you doing? And you'll be like, oh, I'm fine.
You ready?
I'm ready, baby.
I think this is the best way. You know what's good? Even you did that. Even though you did that, there is nowhere on the board where you have enough ownership. Rabbi,
What up, Kent?
I could fuck you hard.
Calm down.
Are you ready to get what? Ready points? How
Baby,
much damage did you get?
25.
You ready for this? Oh, you're fucked. 25? Oh my god, you got fucked.
Dude, look at you. And you get to go again?
Rabbi,
Go, dog.
I want. I don't think of this.
Of course you miss me. I'm amazing.
That was so good.
Calm down, Zoot. We all know that.
Sounds fun. I didn't have Tourette's.
Zoot, you are spanking me this game, son. You're up, big dog. Zoot, are you gonna win? Zoot, this game is over. You won. Are you proud of yourself? It's over. Zoot, it's over. Oh, big one. Big move, Zoot. Zoot, end it. Zoot, go.
Just gave it to you.
No, you didn't.
Oh, wow.
No, you didn't.
But you still get it. You still get a 25 point. If you make that move, I'll win. I just won. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I only need 50 points to win, right?
Yep. Oh, dude, I'm about to lose.
Stop. You can come back.
It's like impossible.
The board is not in your favor right now. I don't think it's going to be mine. I mean, I think whatever you do here is just going to help me.
You're up, pimp.
Can I win right now?
No.
Rabbi, can I win right now?
No, go.
And the answer is yes. I just won.
How did you just heal? Zoot, are you proud of the way that you just played? Zoot, are you proud of the way that you just played? Zoot,
Yeah.
well, you should be. You played like a G. Now you ready to play? You've lost, or you have not won in this game in like 15 games in a row.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
have you ever had an out-of-body experience?
No.
So you've never traveled to a different
No. What are your thoughts on this shot? You just helped me. Look how good a shot this is, Zoot. Did you see that? Zoot, did you see how good that shot was? Your shot's dog shit. Your shot's just gonna help me.
It wasn't bad.
It was bad.
It's not terrible.
Your shit is terrible. Your shot is terrible. You can't get through all that. It's over, baby.
Rabbi,
Yes,
is
sir.
anyone in your family a rabbi?
I've had people in my family who are rabbis, but they're like a long time ago. Oh, come on, baby.
family knows what you're doing?
Yeah, I'd say so.
What do they think of you?
Oh, they know that I've always been an interesting individual, and oh fuck, I don't know if they haven't made me aware of anything negative about it. So long as I don't have to come to them for money, I think they're fine. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this move? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're just gonna help me. Thank you. Zoot, thank you. Did you hear me just say thank you? Do you know why I said thank you? Because you made this easy. Make it, Zoot.
Well, but I'm going to
You just missed it. Dude, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. I'm terrible at this hole. Dog. Dude, look how good a shot this is.
I like
Dude, you admitted that you have a little dick.
that's Tourette's.
I mean, that's okay.
I mean,
I
I do.
I think that I'd rather be lacking a finger than have Tourette's syndrome.
What? You're on what?
I would rather be
Right.
lacking a finger than Tourette's syndrome. I wouldn't go as far as an entire hand, but maybe I might say that I would rather have lost maybe, God forbid, an entire hand than Tourette's syndrome. It seems terrible. All your secrets are gone. You admit like stupid shit randomly. You could seriously piss off like people, even if like you could just you could piss off people and you didn't mean to. Oh, dude, it all comes down to this hole. I hope you
That's
win.
like the Android on time but we never do that.
Zoot, I hope you win. I've beaten you like 15 games in a row. You should, or we
Yeah, I
tied.
mean, this one's just a game of chance. Well,
Yeah, but that's what
not
you
really.
need. That's what you
Just-
need.
no,
That's what you need. Make it. Make it, Zoot.
well, it's not a game of chance. It's not a game of chance. We just don't play it enough.
Make it.
You know, the strategy.
Make it. Zoot, you won. Dude, that was amazing. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't care. You won, dude. That was really great. Are you proud of yourself?
I got a hole.
Yeah,
I got
you
a
did.
hole in one. So,
Are you proud of yourself?
I mean, it was just luck. But, yeah. And I won my.
What'd you say?
I've never won before.
You've never won before?
See, what's the game in Oh, let's do bowling. I have a feeling I'm going to get you bowling.
Zoot, you won't beat me in bowling. I play bowling every night.
Maybe the kids decided you have a small dick.
That's not courage, dog.
I mean,
Zoot, you're done. Look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that spare, son? Zoot, did you see that spare?
how was that not a strike?
Because it wasn't. You didn't knock down all the pins. In order for it to be a strike, you need to knock down all the pins. Zoot, you're done. Zoot, are you ready?
Yeah, you're going really fucking wrong here.
Oh, I fucked up, though.
How was badly left up, though?
Zoot, make a strike, dog, and you're back in the game. Oh, it's over for you. This game is over.
I don't think it's over.
Oh, Zoot, let me make it very clear to you.
No.
Let me make it extremely clear to you. This game is over.
That's not good.
Zoot, you're done. It's over for you, and you're not going to win. Dog.
What do you think? Oh,
This shot, son. Look at the score, Zoot.
that was a 7 out of 10.
Technically, I think it would be an 8 out of 10. Zoot, this game is over. You could get 3 strikes in a row, and you still lose. It's over for you.
What do you do with that?
0.
With that?
All of these are zeros. Every single one of
That's a
these,
4 out of 10.
every one of these
That's
is a 0. Zoot, you didn't even get half my score. Big
You know
dog,
what I might give my gang? A 2 out of 10.
big dog, you didn't even get half my score. It's time for 4 in a row.
You know what I give your game?
100.
No, it's not 100. It's about a 7 out of 10.
Well, I won, so that's a 10 out of 10, big man.
Yeah, you won, but it's still a 7 out of 10. But I played it.
Zoot, are you ready? You have an invitation, and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, Zoot, quit with your bullshit and just win. Do you know what you call someone who wins with ADHD?
We know we made ADHD.
That's exactly right.
I mean, we've discussed this yesterday that like it might not even exist. Everyone has trouble paying attention.
There you go. Are you going to go, though? That's my question for you. Are you going to go? Zoot, that was a brilliant thing. Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, you want to know something?
You just won?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Rabbi, how important will I be in here?
Extremely. You help me to create content overnight when it's most difficult for me to create content. People will like be fascinated by our conversations. And you know what else by which they'll be fascinated? How badly I whoop your ass in all these games. People will just be going cray for that.
Does Player have a stock?
A stock?
Yeah, we should ask for stock options in Plato while we promoted it.
I'm cool with that.
We should get like equity in the initial public offering Plato before they get public.
Perhaps, big dog.
Oh, you're not gonna win.
Are you sure about that?
I just blocked your win.
All right, well, that's a cool story. Dude, I just won. Thanks, baby. Dude, thank you for the win. Dude, you are just getting your ass kicked in this game. Did you know that? Let's try it a little different way. You're up, Suit.
I feel like the obvious way is the way. What are you doing?
I'm gonna win, baby.
Rabbi.
Zoot, how about you just go?
Yeah. He's breaking more upon that.
I didn't waste any time, baby.
Or did I waste the time?
You're up, big dog.
Bada bing, bada boom.
I won.
I didn't.
Yeah, I did. It's over, baby. It's over. It's over for you, son. That game is over for you. Over, baby. Over.
That game's rigged.
Zoot, I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You're up, baby. Everybody's waiting on you. Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Of course, I'm gonna jump myself.
Of course you are.
I don't think that was a good move.
All right, well, that's your opinion.
No, I don't think it was a good move by me.
Oh, you don't think it was a good move by you? Oh, Zoot, go fuck yourself.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
bad move.
I think it was brilliant. You're up, big man. Big dog, you're up. Zoot. Zoot, did you know that you're up? Are you proud of that?
I managed to block you from getting the win.
Okay, are you proud of that?
Yeah.
Oh, Zoot, you fucked up.
Where did I fuck up? Where did I fuck up?
Everywhere. Are you gonna? Oh, baby, that's a good move. Baby, baby, baby. That is a good move, Zoot.
I just won.
Zoot, you made a really good move.
I just won.
Oh, yeah, you did. How was I so blind to
That
that?
was,
How was I so
I
blind
don't
to that?
realize I could have won in two different ways there. I would have also should have diagonally one as well.
Oh, boy. That's
You
good.
got fucked.
I got fucked. Zoot, are you ready?
Yeah, I could have won two
All right,
ways.
Zoot, everybody fucking knows you could have won in two different ways. Are you ready to accept your invitation and lose?
Bad move. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Mm, I don't get that move.
I think it was brilliant, son.
But that was a good move. That was a good move. That was a good move as well. But have you ever thought about just dying?
Calm down, Zoot.
Rabbi.
What up, pimp? Dude, it's over for you.
Doesn't matter. I have rat form of autism called syphilis.
Shut the fuck up. You don't have the first thing needed for super autism, which is a huge dick. You even just admitted it earlier in this discussion. Zoot, did you know that you have an invitation and everybody's awaiting you to accept it, dog? Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation and everybody's awaiting you. Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Are you proud of that move?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Zoot, it's over. Zoot, you just lost.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention.
Is that my fault? At what point was that my fault?
Yeah, I need to take a little bit of break.
Okay, well, do it after this darts game. Zoot, everybody's awaiting you to play darts. Zoot, this is your game.
Yeah.
So accept the invitation.
I'm gonna go bed after this game.
Okay, everybody loves your plans. Accept the fucking invitation. Zoot, I sent you an invitation. I'm waiting on you to accept it. Zoot. Zoot, accept the fucking invitation, dog. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, accept the invitation.
Oh
There-
my god, I'm so impatient.
Dog, you take forever.
Yeah, but then I'm about to get bed.
Yeah, you are, because I just fucking checked out, son. You have to do really well. You need 3 bullseyes in a row. Or some other shit. If you get a triple 20, it's over. You lose. It's over. Oh, dude, you almost got it. All right, Zoot, go to bed. It was really fun whooping your ass, and come back tonight, okay? That was fun. Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gonna pick another wide receiver? Would you shut the fuck up? All right. I'm literally just gonna pick any fucking running back. Mock draft. Oh, we're up. How about Joe Mixon? How about Jay Blue? Jaden Blue. Najee Harris. eye injury from a fireworks accident. Braylon Allen. All right, let's take a rookie. Flex. Mims, another one. No. How about Joe Mixon? All right, take the blue guy. Jaden Blue, 3% starting. All right, here we go. Here we go. Got him. All right, again. Oh, you're done. You're, you're fine. Go fuck yourself. Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gotta pick another wide receiver. Shut the fuck up. Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gotta pick. This weather system.
Crown control, tomato, no fucking shot. No. Are you lying? No. You can look at my name, Alexandria Jones, if you want. But, yeah. That comes with that. Your dad's TV program? Yeah. I swear. No, I know you're not against blood.
In civil war itself is highly significant for the entire region. And ironically, considering the focus of the world today is on Ukraine, this is an area that's extremely pivotal to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of an unusual experiment that occurred in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the note in the back, there are several examples of early Ukrainian currency during a very brief period when Ukraine attempted to develop an independent country during the Soviet Union. This ultimately failed for several reasons that were started out by the communist movement would wipe out groups that were striving for Ukrainian independence and to establish instead a Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. But as you look at this document, you can see on the upper left it has in Russian the word 100 Karbovatsky, which is the which is the currency. On the right is English, and there's official languages in the state. And at the very bottom, you can see the word in Yiddish, this is in fact a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief Ukrainian state. So let me back up a little bit by telling you, ironically, I actually know a little bit more about what we're talking about today than most of the time that I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. As you can see here, it was published by Harvard, a paper about the Ukrainian Jews in revolutionary times, 1970 to 1920, because they specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who you would think would have some very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before they could affect the political rapprochement. We have this Magnitsky rebellion that we talked about a while ago. We have the extensive pogroms that occurred in the 1881 period. We also have the pogroms in 1904. Ukrainian nationalism territory. How is it possible they were able to cooperate on the creation of a state? But in fact, this happened with the Ukrainian translation that just with a lot of the various that is now doing for how it's available to Ukrainian people out of the West. So basically what's going on is look at this map here, you'll see where Jews are living in Ukraine. The blue line is the present-day boundary of Ukraine. That is, of course, before the Russian invasion in 2014 and the annexation of Crimea, and also the fact that it's been part of the Donbass, which still seems to be up in the air. But you can see this very large concentration of Jews in the right bank of Ukraine, that is the western part of the country, and bleeding over into neighboring countries as well. More than 15% of the population in these regions. And let us not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of key demographic areas. The Ukrainians are hugely agrarian. Where the population is involved in traditional agriculture. Jews, on the other hand, overwhelmingly involved in commerce, living in villages and in cities. Ukrainians primarily the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to be literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, their attempts to create a state is to be focused around an innovation that they would call the Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet, meaning council, that they really had a very different character in this period. Their activity around the Central Rada was fully aware that the small Ukrainian intelligentsia, but it was also ironically concentrated in the western part of the country, was insufficient numbers to be able to effectively govern the territory of the size second largest country in Europe, that has today about 44 million, I believe. In the beginning of the century, they had something close to 40 million, but it's a massive territory. How are they going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian dynasty, and then they wanted to see the creation of a Russian federation dominated by Russia. And the Poles, of course, were struggling to create their own country to the north under the ruins of World War I. They had reasons not to be so necessarily loyal to this burgeoning Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, had no other loyalties that were automatically attached to them. And many of them would see the benefit in specifically associating their energy with this nation state helping it drive the world. So it was surprised that many of the the dominance of Jewish intelligence can be measured in several ways. Actually, was the framework of the Ukrainian values, which has promised many rights to Jews. This is a real example of one document that illustrates those promises and the difficulty they had in creating them. As I mentioned, Yiddish became an official language of this nascent Ukrainian state. But how do you actually run a government with Yiddish when the government itself is barely able to understand Ukrainian, this first language? So here's one typical document that I discovered in my archival research. And it's a letter written to the Jewish community of the region. And if you look at you'll see it's obviously written in two different scripts here. There is a typewritten Ukrainian script. But if you look carefully at it, you'll see that many letters are actually handwritten into the document. And that is because the Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar but not identical to the Russian alphabet. They're both Cyrillic languages, but there are some letters that Ukrainians have that Russians don't have, and vice versa. They also pronounce certain letters differently as well. The letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I in the Roman alphabet, or I with an umlaut with two dots instead of one. And so you can see that what they've had to do to type this as to use a Russian language typewriter, because there are very, very few Ukrainian language typewriters. The Russians had engaged actually a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th and especially early 20th century to try to control the spreading and standardization of the Ukrainian language. They really wanted to preserve the Russian language against a popular movement to turn the vernacular into a formal standardized language. This is ironically, as my father, Oliver Sean, would say, that shows one of the things that Putin is demanding of Zelensky in his current war on Ukraine is that Ukraine has to protect the Russian language. He worries that Russia will somehow be, the great Russian literature will be lost if Ukrainians don't make special protections for it. At any rate, here you can see more of the reality situation. So the vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian unsuccessfully Russian typewriter, and I use it to write. What about Yiddish? Don't even think about it. There are hardly any Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during this war era, in the Civil War. So the typist had to like save a space, draw a line, and then carefully write in the message in Yiddish on the right by hand. So this should give you a sense of the Chinese efforts that they are willing to engage in to be multicultural, but at the same time, it's chaos. They're having tremendous difficulty, for example, getting Yiddish literate or Yiddish fluent operators on the telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that. But they're nevertheless making a good faith effort to try and include Jews in this new government. Okay. Well, what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however well-meaning, ends in terrible failure, and the entire region is absorbed in a pogrom wave that was far worse than 1881, 1882, far worse even than the massacres of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurred 20 years later, it would have been, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods in Jewish history. The pogroms were focused especially in the revolutionary year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. The Germans retreat in a very disorganized manner, often just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. It tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately reduced to operating out of a series of trains moving in a triangular region in the western part of the country before finally driven out. And you have many other forces active in Ukraine, including the White Russians I described earlier, also the anarchists, and there are several foreign armies that are active there as well. So it's a period of amazing, awful chaos. Earlier this morning, we talked about the importance for Jews of living in a Rechtsstaat, a society that, even if it is moderately discriminatory, nevertheless, it is governed by law and there are particular rules and enforcement of those rules. 1919 is the polar opposite of all that. You have pogrom waves just washing over the entire territory, many communities being hit multiple times, and the degree of violence, the murderous nature of these pogroms dwarfs anything that was experienced prior to this period. It is truly a horrific time for Jews, and those Jews who have not chosen to leave for America or elsewhere prior to this are distinctly motivated to do so after this period. Now, one of the great ironies of this period is that 40%, the plurality of the pogroms that are reported with a known perpetrator at this time were perpetrated by the same government that was at the same time engaged in extending all kinds of
Yo,
unprecedented
how are you?
Hello.
What's good, son?
Thanks a lot for that.
Do you speak English?
One second. The first time for me using iPhone. iPhone is for retards. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, my friend?
I'm actually Cat. You know Cat?
Oh, yeah, I know Kat.
So I stole my friend's iPhone. I didn't steal it, but I just took it because as Jews they can do what they want.
Okay, so how are you?
Mikä vittu? Ai niin, ja perkele, anteeksi.
My friend, I can't understand what you're saying. What are you saying?
sorry, Rabbi, the bar owner. We are. What do you think? Is alcohol kosher? It's not. I think
It is.
it is.
Yeah.
But I see videos from the beautiful Jewish parties where everyone is dancing and they seem to have so much fun. Is that actually possible without alcohol?
Alcohol is very kosher.
Really?
Yes. We're not
What do you
Muslim.
think about
We're not Muslim.
Voidaan puhuta I'm sorry, my friend is a little bit drunk, but you actually showed that alcohol is kosher? Like getting drunk?
Wait, getting drunk is different. You're not supposed to get inebriated that you can't control. But of course, kosher wine
I
is.
can control myself right now, but I'm
Over kosher wine. We drink.
Huh?
Many Jews drink.
Miksi olet mennä ATM:lle? My friend wants to go to ATM so they can buy cocaine. Should I allow this?
Where does he want to go?
He wants to go to ATM so he can buy cocaine. Should I allow this?
Question is,
I mean,
what are you going to do about it?
That's not
Yes,
really
there's
your
not the
decision. Let him go do what. Let him do what he wants to do.
Exactly. Life is not so serious.
Absolutely.
Rabbi, can I ask you a serious question?
Go for it.
Did you actually have a fun conversation with these other people that you called with during the past 3 days?
Yeah.
Really? It was a lot of fun. What do you think about this guy? I joined the call today earlier and there was this blue guy. What's his name? I don't remember.
I mean, if you don't remember, how am I supposed to remember?
Is that the guy who played the game with you?
Oh yeah, he's fine.
But I was like wondering. He told you that he's getting a job that's going to pay him 20 million a year.
Correct.
I don't think that's realistic. I was like wondering why would he tell such a lie?
Oh, he was just.
Oh no, my wife. Yeah, sorry, I disturbed you. Can you please say again?
He was just joking.
I mean, you know, you can judge a lot about people by their tone of voice, and I think he sounded really serious.
He wasn't serious. He wasn't serious. You weren't in the.
Someone
Look, I'm not gonna have 15 calls with you guys. If you're gonna listen, dude. No, hang up until you can focus.
Wait, can you repeat?
Go hang out with your friends, and when you are sober, come back.
1 second, sorry. Can you repeat?
Go hang out with your friends.
Wait, fuck. Okay, repeat. ääni toimilla. Hello, Rabbi. Before I left, I was supposed to ask you if you are being bothered by this girl, which means I should hang it up or keep the car going.
Go with your friends.
I am with him actually, but no.
Okay.
But,
Okay, I'm busy doing something, so enjoy your friends and come back when you're done.
okay, we will be back later.
Excellent.
But listen, I might be a little bit frantic now. I might be 0.5% out of control of myself, but I still believe that cocaine is good for you.
Okay.
And I'm not taking it today. Yes, but I will take it today.
Okay.
We'll talk tomorrow. Okay, this is for you.
Peace.
Peace, nigga. Miksi puhuu neekeri? Sorry.
Bitch.
Hello.
Yo, what up? How are you?
Hello.
Hello. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How are you?
How many laptops do you have? Are you listening? Are you listening? I think you are listening. You are listening in GTA 5. What are you watching? I will call you when somebody is chasing me. So you can
Yo, dog.
make them stop chasing
What?
me.
How did you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
We're watching because we use the Illuminati. They sent us to you.
Okay, excellent. But how did you find out about me? Seriously.
Because they sent me the. We work with the Illuminati. We work with the Illuminati. Say. أشهد خرع عليك خرع.
How did you find out about me?
يطلع على العربي.
How did you find out about me?
كبير سامع كلام عربي
Yo, dog. How did you find out about me?
We got your Rabbi IP address. Because you are making Bitcoin. This is illegal. You need to go to the police station.
I asked you a question nicely. How did you find out about me?
We told you.
We told you we walked there in the morning. And with the FBI.
Sure.
We know where you look.
That's great. throwing up bangs. What up, baby?
I bet you one thing, though. Oh my God, thank you so much for changing your name, dog. I'm not gonna lie. You're an idiot, princess. I want to say that again. Yeah, appreciate that, dog, man. Everybody loves God. There you go, Chad. Make sure y'all follow Blue Game Queen, man. Hey, y'all funny as hell, man. We should have had a Blue Game watch party, bro. His ass. That's it. That's it. That's what I'm Chad. I'm trolling. I'm trolling, Chad. I'm trolling, Chad. I'm trolling. Bro, my niggas keep texting me talking about Arch Manning is a bomb, Chad. My niggas texting me talking about Arch Manning is a bomb. Come here. That was a terrible fucking play. Here we go. It's 2 minutes right here, man. 2 minutes. Here we go, Chad. Make sure y'all hit that follow button if you haven't already, gang. Appreciate y'all. Yes, sir. 2 minute drill. Here we go. It's gonna be tied up 1.5, Chad. Boy, shit really not doing shit. Honestly. Shit, man. Who did like out of this shoot? Who did like out of this game? Bro, I swear, yeah, bro. Bro, Chad. Nigga, if LSU lose and Miami win, I know I get the transfer portal, but take that ball of me, man. If LSU loses and Miami wins, oh my God, nigga, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be stoned. I'm not talking about stones and high. I'm talking about stones and rock stones, literally. Like, nigga, it's gonna be so many Miami Hurricane fans in my head, bro. When I announced Shaq that I was entering the transfer portal, oh my goodness, they were on my head, bro. They were like, you weren't a real fan. I'm like, hey, I'm tired of losing. I can't keep going. We got to push what he's at. They like LSU to come. Bro, Miami beats me, bro.
Come on, baby. Come on.
They're not into the transfer portal, Shaq.
What are you doing, dude?
Should I not have hit the transfer portal, Shaq? Because they say Miami might get it done. Get the phone. Jump on some way, Shaq. Straight up, go Tigers, man. I gotta do this. This is obviously, whether this is for the hell. Appreciate you pulling up, Shaq. Make sure you hit that follow button, man. Happy Saturday. that shit. It was right yesterday. I ain't gonna lie, gang. It was right yesterday, gang. All right. I thought, bro, the Miller shit didn't make sense, Chad. They had Miller at plus 1.5 against Auburn. I'm like, bro, I could have got the shit plus 1.5 against Auburn, my nigga. I didn't know about Auburn's quarterback, but he's literally like him. He's like him, Chad. Like, okay, he's like him. And he was doing everything for them niggas, bro. Why is my noise switching back to 480? They cut. Why did they punish it? Chad, bro. You're on the 55, my nigga. It's under a minute left to go. You don't get the ball back after half. Why the fuck are we up? God, it was 43. These niggas that scared. Bro, they didn't just run the ball, my nigga. Around the 50-yard line, under 1 minute to go. 4th and 3. And we run it. Now, if we get the ball back at half, I don't mind us punting. But we don't get the ball back at the half. It's pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie.
Words. Agreed.
That's 26 fucking yards. Bro, you got 26 yards, game?
There were training abroad, affiliated, however loosely, with this time, Simon Pereira, the leader of the Ukrainian government, who called himself the directory, who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in the village. And this is like one of those hard to understand paradoxes. How is it possible that Pereira himself is in a government that has a minister of Jewish affairs, that has Yiddish as an official language, that has all kinds of these wonderful policies, which of course are kind of like mainly on paper because the government itself is barely able to hold itself together. And they're like they have such a pro-Jewish approach, and at the same time their army is attacking Jewish civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much longer in my book, but I should at least give some sense of it here. If Buddha succeeds in amassing a remarkably large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, brings together over 100,000 troops, but that may be made up of peasants who brought this books or whatever they could find it, or something like that. They're very good men in the children.
What up, Timothy?
But they prepare themselves for the international public.
Taking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
By the time you get to the end of the story, there's 100,000 officers that under the pressure of Soviets,
Excellent.
so it appears that
I'm eating pasta. I'm watching there's college football kicked off today, so I'm busy watching that. What's on your agenda for today?
Because ironically, of the various voices one voice that was reliably
Oh, that's tight. Very cool, dog. Well, that's tight. Absolutely, Cap. Nepal is amazing. I've been a fan of Nepal for a long time, dog. Absolutely. Dude, Nepal is amazing. Word, dog, and people take advantage of Nepal. And I don't like it, especially Western cultures. They go there, they pay a whole bunch of money to be able to climb Mount Everest. They poop all over it. They throw their litter everywhere, and they leave. Yeah.
And you know how much does it cost to reach Everest, right?
Oh, more than that. To do so safely. Right.
They don't have sunsets, they just have
That's exactly right. Shout out to the Sherpa people. Yeah, dog. It's a wild place to live.
Have you been to anywhere?
No, I haven't traveled anywhere. I've just been streaming.
You have traveled, right?
I mean, I've been as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've been to the ocean, the mountains, the desert. I've been to Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland. Oh, dog, I'm gonna fucking sleep in your bed. No doubt, baby.
The man shown in this photograph standing on the left is Schwarzbach.
Absolutely. You're welcome anytime. Peace. Shout out to Kathmandu. Kathmandu. Absolutely, baby. Take care, my friend.
The girl walks out of a cafe one morning on the way back, and this man, Schwarzbach, walks up to him and says to him, he says, Mr. Computer, are you Mr. Computer? And he says, me. And Schwarzbach takes out a gun and shoots him.
I love this dude. And the cleverly's hilarious.
But in a brilliant legal move, his defense argues that he was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that had affected the Jews of Israel. But Schwarzbach was simply viewed, argued his defense, as an avenger of Jewish pride, and rather than making a trial about Schwarzbach, who was actually, assassinated in the open, his brother spilled blood on the street, the trial became one of Kedura and of his role in the pogroms, and it hinged on whether or not Kedura was guilty of creating the pogrom. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll state it very briefly here, I do not feel that calling Kedura the architect of the pogroms is historically valid. I do believe that Kedura chose to remain silent at a key period of several weeks in the spring of 1919, and he failed to take rapid action to condemn the pogroms early on, and this allowed the impression to spread throughout Ukrainian troops that in fact the pogroms were, if not tolerated, then perhaps even condoned. And this was the key culpability that the theater bears. In my humble opinion, it's not one of commission. It's highly unlikely that he actually ordered anyone to commit a pogrom. It does not make sense. There are some historians and points of documentation that would say that, but that documentation has actually not been found. I would say that his culpability rests in one of commission, that he failed to take the actions necessary of the titular head of his government, however fragile, for fear of losing the loyalty of his troops. This allowed the pogroms to expand and to wreak such havoc in the Jewish population. But anyway, just to finish the story with Schwarzbach, he was exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay damages to the widow of the right, and so he was fined with less ground and incredibly insulted, slapped on the wrist, etc. But Jews worldwide celebrated this as a huge victory of finally being able to stand up to our vengeance against someone who was responsible for the pogroms. Even if that responsibility was highly attenuated and was focused perhaps in a different direction by the trial, nevertheless, that's the result. But if we return to the period of discussion in 1919, you recall that 40% of the pogroms were in fact perpetrated by Ukrainian troops, and the whole enterprise in Rothschild'S ended in miserable failure. And many Jews saw the Red Army being a far more effective control on the violence, and so therefore support for the Red Army. By 1920, the Canadian experiment in stateless and failure, leaders of Armenia exiles, and Ukraine is now absorbed within the Soviet Union. And Ukraine, at this point, constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union because the Jews who lived in Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions National Communist Party in order to move them towards communist ideas, recognizing their special sort of complexion. Ironically, they're paralleled by a women's section of the Communist Party for similar reasons, which would also have exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. It would all be done by 1930 or Stalin and that was his Yiddish translation of silliness. Let's move on with the assignments. The Absexia was specifically set up. The man in this picture here is the head of the Absexia, a former Chabad rabbi named Simon Niemenstein, who would abandon his Jewish identity, or abandon his religious identity in order to lead this effort, and it had some interesting kinds of class. Perhaps the most significant aspect of the Absexia was initially it determined the path on Jewish religion. Remember that the Communist Party is adopting a distinctly anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born a Jew, they were baptized by his parents, is irrelevant. That's one of the most notorious self-hating Jews in modern history. The whole idea of religion in the Marxist socialist and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses. It is a drug that keeps people stupid. That specifically doesn't exclude from their vision. It obfuscates the importance of class in their lives, and that their true enemies are not the adherents of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, but in reality their true enemies are their class enemies. And so doctrinaire marketing teaches atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are manipulated by upper classes for the control of spiritual resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization is known in Russian as the those would be the godless and the elected. And in Jewish terms, they're partially apocryphal heretics. But they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Jews from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting a more and more secular approach, this is still the heartland of traditional working, and they were fighting against a major demographic trend. They would have, however, significant success aided by people of the Holocaust. So the image on the left, which is more of an anti-Christian image than that, Jesus is giving out alcohol and death to the concentrated party, and they're using themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiate narcissist that is well encapsulated in Scripture. So, with regards to the Jews, there was decided emphasis on trying to extirpate religion. Sometimes they would be co-opted, like they did special Zed Haggadahs that were designed to try and teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Moses, from Egypt by Moses. They actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin and crazy kinds of trans-value messages. But the overall approach of the party in the 1920s was one called Henry. This term, Marx has in English, like a legal tree or something like that. And so indigenization or developing the true origin, the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that if you went back to the original culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very amenable to socialist values. And that was the kind of culture that, would naturally be communist. This policy totally factor being applied to many different peoples, not just the Jews, but in the Jewish world is especially known as a period in which Yiddish has a remarkable renaissance. Yiddish was regarded, unlike Hebrew, was Yiddish was good, and there's tremendous amount of resources poured into like developing Yiddish literature, and Yiddish plays, and Yiddish poetry, and all kinds of things like that. Remarkable flourishing of Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this, like, for example, Yiddish is about 15 to 20% Hebrew. There's lots and lots of borrowings from Hebrew, the religious language. And that was considered to be somehow tainting of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period worked with policies from the that tried to edit Yiddish for the non that Hebrew used. For example, Hebrew is not unlike Yiddish, a phonetic language. It does have vowels. The punctuation points, so it's hard to exactly describe what that is. But they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You literally have to memorize the various possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't know what I'm to say. So what they did was the Soviets, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish, they either forgot them or they couldn't believe that they would transliterate them phonetically into Yiddish. So, for example, the word emet, truth, very important word in their famous publishing house, for example, that it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it instead of Aleph, they respelled it Ayin, Bet, Ayin, Samet, which is pronounced Emet in Yiddish. And it's unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware of these transcription terms. Ukrainian has even worse in some ways because, as I mentioned earlier in this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. And under colonization, they also wanted to try and bring Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although we're encouraging Ukrainian because of colonization, they also want specifically to assimilate Ukrainians to Russian. So they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. They made the letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G. And Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like a letter G. But I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Ne'ilat Hashem, and the sound H for Hashem in the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian. So the Chabad movement added a special accent at the top of that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So it's the accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take that letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the accent. They also, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Little Big John, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity, the authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. Of course, that was not Stalin's thinking. Although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast, with Yiddish as its official language, and for a time, publishing, nevertheless, it was not successful in saving hundreds of thousands of Jews as So all of this ends in But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union was in this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but the Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this literally, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I got to end for my hour. Tomorrow we're going to look at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called bloodlands of the regions that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out. Thank you very much for your endurance and your attention. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. In this penultimate lecture, we'll look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and the history of the Holocaust. And thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because our lecture after the break, which we're going to look at post-Holocaust of Ashkenaz, and that's what it is, a post-Holocaust of Ashkenaz. So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very big piece of philosophy while the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic, several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendous, earth-shattering, unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Ukrainian Holocaust, for example. But there are certain unique aspects that set the Holocaust aside, including, for example, application of modern bureaucratic industrial methods to the slaughter, the sheer scope and scale of the Nazi ambitions to destroy all of the Jews of Europe. These are things that cry out for specific terminology, but we struggle to find the correct terms. The term Holocaust has largely been accepted in the scholarly and certainly the popular world, but it has its limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the Hebrew word hola, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God, as described in the book of Leviticus. The hola is a sacrifice which is completely burnt, as you see it, burnt often. And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic side to it, in the sense that, so many things, the minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in Victoria. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews, most not them, although there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered very heavily. People with mental and physical disabilities were singled out. Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, both classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow those of you in this audience who are not familiar with the Holocaust, but I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, which is henryandson.com. And I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it anytime. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which I think all Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today, for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire. Let us begin with inter-war Germany. So, in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I, and specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had redrawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I, specifically Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding causes of that real conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the chain reactions that led to those incredible hostilities. But at any rate, that's the way the victors determined the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, were very upset with this, understandably so. And many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic into this is this thing that the Germans call the Rothschild'S, the stab in the back. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their allied forces were actually doing fairly well, or it had bogged down. That according to those advanced, this theory really pointed to Jewish agitators and communist agitators in some cases. They prematurely surrendered, and they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Rothschild'S, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. You can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period, they really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you missed the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the forelocks, the veils on the side of the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make a mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. So that's the idea of the Rothschild'S. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic itself, but takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to my totally free and open to the global community book from the Holocaust. Here's another example: Austria, in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually, it's cut off from the top, that says you should vote for a particular party, and it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here, Deutsche German. In this context, doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. They mean those who participate in a larger revolution proves to be, kind of star popular. The Germans never wins a majority in any of the elections in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win a plurality with minority chunks. And so when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's really in 1933 and onwards as the Nazi control of Germany. In the 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is to move on, mere inflated rhetoric from, bombastic statements which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933, a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of one's way in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas attacks that he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of bombastic, demagogic statements, you need to identify the Jews if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question: who is a Jew? As you can see on the left, you have Deutsche Blutige, or German blood. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents, and this is extremely important because what's going to happen as the interwar years continue and we go into the Holocaust, German citizens will have the onus of proving that they are not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. So we have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, you have the Mischling of Zweite second-degree mixed race. And this is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish, one is Jewish. And it goes back, of course, all the way through the maternal line. But the Nazis didn't care about that. They were working with this quasi-scientific, new racist ideology in which it didn't matter whether it was maternal or maternal. The Mischling of the Herrschergrade, the first-degree mixed race, is someone who has two Jewish grandparents. And then as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with three Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew. And you see it labeled in that. So the second from the right and the right hand column with four Jewish grandparents, those are the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last half of the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with the Jews of the former Soviet Union, but something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish. And the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution right up to murder in these. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, with just a sampling of setting aside benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome here or are unwelcome guests and things like that. And you can slowly start isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and worse, first glass refers to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken as the rioters went through the towns, led by some of the hooligans and elements of the Nazi Party. Literally glass all over the street, littering the street. So that's why it fires out so moving. This signaled to Jews without any doubt or any questions beforehand that they had to be German. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the million Jews living in Germany at the time managed to flee before 1937. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing their doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into 1930s. It was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe environment. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores, and it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers. Most of them were killed in the Holocaust. So it's a terrible, terrible period, and one of the components we should really respect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. The Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies, but when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. So what happened on September 1st, 1939 is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east. They met at a border that, at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. And so, why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double cross Stalin, taking him by surprise, and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a bit further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map. The key line for us is the red line, which demonstrates the non-aggression tract boundary that was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, but basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. So it's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler will essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then the bureaucrats would have to undo what they were doing to work on something else. And they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. But we won't go to that in greater detail. Anyway, the general government is going to be extremely important to flat with the regions where Jews were heavily concentrated, and they would live to their plan as a conclusion for the final solution. The first thing that's happening in this region is they establish numerous ghettos. As you can see, they're scattered throughout the region. This map shows the post-1941 period when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union as well, and they were able to establish them within what was the Soviet territory. But the first group, the yellow and black ones here, were established when the Nazis first invaded. And at this time, they have not clearly articulated and defined what they were intending to do with the Jews. They certainly wanted to control them, and the ghettos were a subject of some debate in the internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately, of course, they decided in favor of them against the arguments that it was for typhus and things like that, foment rebellion, which all those things are good. But this points to a much larger issue in historiography of that sort of these two major bodies of thinkers against each other. It's very important to understand them. Let me just mention one school of thought, which really emerges from the immediate post-war era, the Nuremberg war trials, was a school of thought called intentionalism. And this was pioneered by great historians like Lucy DeWitt, for example. And the argument was among intentionalists that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they certainly can draw a pretty straight line from statements that Hitler made and decisions that were laid out, that it was all kind of an unfolding plan to destroy the Jews of Europe. In the 1970s in particular, however, a new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, in which there are many scholars. Michael Grosjean is one of the early ones, Christopher Browning, my own teacher, Michael Maris, are in that camp, in which they say that, there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of colossal order, and they certainly would not have lit the stance of the idea of this mass murder. But did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? They point to all kinds of contradicting elements, like, for example, the plans to resettle Jews in the region, or the plans to take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews there, and the fact that Jews were actually free to leave the Third Reich right up until 1940, well, if I remember correctly. If they really intended to murder all of them, why would they be pursuing these ventures? And furthermore, the first real smoking gun document that clearly indicates the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of Europe is dated quite late. It's dated January 1942.
No way.
Is it possible that they don't have any documentation of this plan until that later date? So functionalists argue that while, again, this is not diminishing the anti-Semitism that was present in the Nazi Party and its leadership, but they argue that the plans to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of the function of the war. Meaning, as the war was progressing and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, they began to see that impression that the dominant interpretation that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem to be going on in the Gnostic world. But to return to our narrative, in developing these ghettos, first in the German four regions, and later after 1941 in the form of the Soviet regions, and they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are to be run. There are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity and analysis of what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called reductionist, which is one in particular example. The thinking was that, the reason for the ghettos, and again, Hitler's not really outlining these things for anybody. Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out these issues on their own. So Lutz was regarded as an example of using the Jews for slave labor, being like, why would you destroy all of this human capital? Let's make use of it for war effort. So Lutz, which had a tremendous reputation as a textile center, and Jews were heavily operated there in that industry, a very traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved in. And so the key to survival in Lutz, at least for most of his duration, was to get a work permit, to be useful. And Jews were employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and worn lines for German soldiers on the Eastern Front and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the productionist model did fail because those Jews would also be sent to the gas chambers. But so much of the early period of the war, that's what they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, were operating on a model which scholars have called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease. Also happened. Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis. They were sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 100 calories per person, which is absurd. No one can survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous deprivations. People simply literally dying in the streets of hunger or typhus and other things. So the ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939 until the summer of 1941. That would change dramatically with something called Operation Barbarossa. And before I continue, though, I reminded myself, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas, most of North Africa, with its Jewish populations, especially significant. And they would also control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinctions between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although the policies that they implemented were different between Nazi-occupied Europe and North Africa. The experience of Sephardic Jews was by and large rather distinct, certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse is not to say that some of them were not on the list, that Nazis did not intend to impose those similar policies had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to North Africa and other Sephardic centers or Istanbul and elsewhere. But the war simply ended before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazi constitutes the overwhelming number of Christians. But let us return to Operation Barbarossa. Very important development in the war. The date is significant, easily as significant for the Holocaust as the beginning of the war in September of 1939. The date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also of another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are following largely parallel tracks that developments in the war had direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, if you look at Hungarian theory, that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews, was primary for Nazis, more important than World War II. In other words, when the Nazis had the choice between diverting resources to protect their eastern flank, and on the other hand, devoting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose in a suicidal manner to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army, which just shows how diabolical and how this was a phenomenal death toll that destroyed the entire Nazi hierarchy. Anyway, here, have a look at this map, please. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, reaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1939. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They had not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all of what would be today the boundaries of Ukraine, White Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city walls, the city boundaries of Moscow, and placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, that was but the war using all these developments. What he also did, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. These 4 squads of what was called like a police battalion followed behind the regular army, and their task was to spread out and go to all the tiny little Jewish villages of Stefan that dotted the region, round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any other undesirables like communists or homosexual services or anything else that was on their list, march them out to local ravines, local ravine existence, to have them dig their own graves, and then to shoot them. This is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes it from the Holocaust by gas. That would be the next evolution of the Nazi plan. But as you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected, the Nazis simply throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews at a time, occasionally like in Kiev, where you have a massive Einsatzgruppe action as the ravines of Babinab, Russian ravines, like dried out riverbed. And they would kill, if I remember correctly, 30,000 Jews in just a few days. They would go on to use Babinyar up to 100,000 victims of various other strikes over the course of occupation of Ukraine. But it was one of the single worst massacres of the ISIS movement at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who survived in my family were those who had emigrated from Canada prior to World War II, lived in safety while their parents lost their lives. Here's one of the many photographs we have of the Holocaust bullets and various methods were used to process the Jews in this manner. One of the most chilling books on the topic is called Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent member of the Rothschild'S school, who mined the archives for depositions of SS members. He gives a really comprehensive look at who these people were. He calls them, as in the title, ordinary men. They're people drawn from all walks of life. Here's in their own words how they somehow justified this horrific. What ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 1941, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union the same way I conquered Western Europe, right? England alone was not yet conquered. They were suffering under the horrible bombardment of the Blitz, but he controlled Western Europe in a euphoric manner. And I said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the people. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called Hitler's, what was often called Russia's greatest general, General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the climactic change of the season, and their advance began to bog down. And himself, according to this man, he was thinking, you know, if I can win the war against the Soviet Union, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe. So that indicated a shift. But what is certain is that the ISIS movement were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing day in and day out. This was amply demonstrated by Christopher Browning that, you know, it was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their graves. And you know, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, Biblica, politics, Islamic populations to process this, and they had to receive all kinds of pep talks from even people as high-ranking as President Hitler, who would come out and say, you know, this is difficult, but you're doing it for the greater good of the Third Reich and so on. Generations will remember you for your heroism and things like this. So there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically challenging way of murdering the Jews. Again, not for our purpose here, but I strongly recommend if you're interested in understanding this phenomenon, you have to look at the great experiments that psychologists of the later half of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram and Bargo, who've all done really useful work to show how this process plays out in the mind, and also how leads to the dangers of this So what happens is, in January of 1942, there's a gathering at the Montse Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter, large or small, there were all 11 million Jews of Europe at the time. The way they would do it was they were going to adopt a technique that they had early pioneered in their attempts to bring Germany who with mental or physical disabilities, who got to go down and things like that. Horrific things that they would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people, and they started developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered en masse with gases like Zyklon B, essentially in vaccines. And they established 6 death camps. These were distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that they had developed as early as 1933. The concentration camps were largely they were scattered throughout Europe, and they were basically for political prisoners, which could include Jews as well, but that was not their main purpose. And they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and things like that. But the concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that either didn't want something in society. The death camps, on the other hand, were institutions, factories designed to make human beings. In fact, the term that was used was vernichtungsläger, which means literally to make into nothing camps, as opposed to concentrationslager, which is concentration camps. These 6 camps were set up with access to the rail line that was crucial. And so rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, where, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die, the Nazis began from the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on the rail lines to these death camps, where they would immediately be sorted according to those who might be useful for slave labor. Other death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to slave labor either for something like associated with the war effort, like Auschwitz had a small satellite camp where they were producing massive land that they needed for the war effort, or to house those Jews that would be used in the murder plots themselves, the so-called Sonderkommando, who would have the incredibly difficult task of removing the bodies from the gas chambers, transporting them to the crematoria where the bodies would be burned and so on. And these gas chambers operated with stereotypical production of efficiency, massacring thousands every day, far more effective for the dark Nazis than the Holocaust Barbarossa that we saw in the Operation Barbarossa. Jews were not the only victims. Millions of Poles were also deported to death camps. Roma and a whole series of people from, they had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and homosexuals. Everyone was thrown into these camps and had to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. When the Americans from the West and the Red Army from the East liberated these camps, they found the Jews who were used as incredibly emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they were given food and their stomachs was taken. This is definitely the darkest period of the Holocaust, and I would venture that it's probably the darkest time of history. We should take some time to specifically think about the populations under these Nazis by being sent to the death camps. Let us recall that between the beginning of the war in September 1939 and Hitler's level crossing of Stalin Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, there was a region of territory which was taken over by the Soviet Union, as you see in this map here. These constitute of what historians have decided calls the bloodlines. And Soviet Union, which wanted to regain territory that they had lost in the Revolutionary War. That was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and unhappy about that. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid brutal Sovietization. They came in and they rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life, collectivization of agriculture, arrests of local intelligentsia, including especially priests, and religious functionaries were under threat, suppression of independent journalism. And one of the ways that they justified it was they had this kind of show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, oh yes, we love communism, and we're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state. If this sounds a lot like Putin's advance into the Donbass, it's because it's exactly the same that the Soviets did. So, not surprisingly, huge amount of resentment rose up against the Soviet Union in these white land territories in particular for the very harsh brutal treatment of confiscations and suppression of religion and arrest of their leaders and all kinds of things that are happening at the time. Also, very important to understand, for reasons which are complex, more than we go into here, a lot of these populations believe that communism was essentially a Jewish phenomenon. This was certainly encouraged by Nazi propaganda, and it was accelerated by the presence of Jews that we saw in the very beginning of the Soviet experiment when Jews joined the Red Army, largely to protect themselves against Germans, and also in the high-ranking members of the Soviet leadership who were ethnically Jewish, although they largely jettisoned their Jewish identities. There were several prominent members, including, for example, the foreign minister Zinoviev, who was disgraced by Molotov because Hitler wouldn't sign a treaty with a Jewish minister. And the perceived presence of Jews in the Soviet secret police, then called the NKVD, later it was called the KGB, and now it kind of morphed into what the Russians called the FSB. And so there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism, by and large, this perceived association was incredibly exaggerated because Hitler and Stalin had already purged the ranks of so many Jews, but this kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1941, one of the things the Soviets did was they essentially practiced a kind of scorched earth policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jails up and down the territory. These were the journalists, the thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian leaders, and then they fled. They also, by the way, fled along with about 600,000 local Jews who realized that the Nazis presented a much greater threat to them than the Soviets did. And so a very, very large number of Jews survived the Holocaust by fleeing east in time in advance of Barbarossa and setting up their homes briefly in Central Asia, places like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Siberia. Later they would move to the west, they would return. But for the local populations, such as the Ukrainians of the Jew, for example, one of the things they did as soon as the Soviets fled, from jail halls, and they found the murdered bodies of their leaders. Here's a photograph of who are striving to identify the bodies that were taken out of indicating the nature of the hatred of the Jews because of their association with communists. Now, collaboration with the Nazis during this period was built largely on the resentment of the Soviets. Right? We should understand that while there certainly, like in every society, there are true believers in anti-Semitism, most of the local population and those who collaborated with the Nazis were primarily motivated by their hatred of the enemies of the Nazis, that is the Soviet Union. And the degree of collaboration was also related to the ferocity of the Nazi policies towards the local population. Whereas in Western Europe, as you can see in this map here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own devices, allowing governments to remain in place as long as they reported to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs, and they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless they had tremendous amounts of freedom. To a certain degree, collaboration with the Nazis in those states is far more egregious than collaboration in the East. In the East, daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life. That people could be killed certainly for harboring and rescuing Jews, but they would also be killed for having an unregistered pig. It was an incredibly brutal environment. Public hangings, the lives of Poles and other Central Slavs in particular were worth almost nothing to the Germans, and as a result, the motive to collaborate was even stronger. And in this context, we can also understand that many of the Slavic states at this time even developed Nazi units. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war, were incredibly concerned by the advance of the Red Army, and so ironically they allowed SS units, which previously had been reserved only for purebred Germans that could prove their descent all the way back to 1750 with no Jewish blood. They started admitting Slavs of a lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi mind, very trapped within this ideology. And they created divisions like the so-called Galicia Latin SS division, which is made up of Western Ukrainians who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these Slavs. But you do definitely have real anti-Semites who delighted in the murder of innocents. But most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. We could go into specific units, but again, time is very short. And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against this consciousness that people had that they were also victims. Poles in particular were invaded by both the Soviets and the Nazis, and the insinuations that Poles were all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. Now, there is, as we shall probably discuss in the next lecture, some kind of ridiculous measures to deal with this phenomenon, such as legislation that unfairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon, but nevertheless it's important to understand that working populations also regard themselves as victims. And so unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is extremely challenging. It's extremely challenging as well to try and speak to 1 hour, but with your permission, I'll continue with a abbreviated fashion for at least 5 minutes. I apologize for accurately. Resistance among Jews was widespread, as you can see in this United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and these lectures are delivered to Hungary. I want to point out one of the most inspiration paratroopers to the parachuting into Nazi-occupied Europe and to connect with the resistance. She was captured, she was betrayed, and although she was tortured and horribly beaten, she refused to divulge the signals that would allow her captors to use the radio that she carried with her. It was rather a remarkable story of heroism for a very young woman. So we do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war for reasons that I'd like to explore. But we should also understand that armed resistance may have been delayed for reasons we'll explore. There are many other forms of resistance. When you are subject to a decree that would have you die, then even choosing to live is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that was designed to promote life rather than to allow it to fade away. They had two functioning underground medical schools. It's amazing. Lending libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages, run by people like the incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous child psychologist who dedicated the last months of his life to the welfare of his children. And you have the incomparable Rabbi Columbus Thomas Shapiro, who is someone that I've studied and written about extensively, who insisted on remaining with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context of the failed rebellion. But when we look at the resistance, why Jews, we try to understand it, because again, we wonder why didn't they resist earlier, why did they rise up earlier? We have to point to several factors. Nazi policy of collective punishment is very important. Generational differences is extremely important. Older Jews were working with an older model that had served the Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to basically stay out of trouble and ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge unscathed on the other side. And this is something that the great historian Rothschild'S has pointed to. It's worth longer meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that they simply, it was suicidal to try and pick up arms against an invading authority. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews, for example, defending local cities and participating in local defense. We do see Jews engaging in military activities in Provence, for example, not exactly Ashkenazi Jews, but nevertheless Russia and south of France. But for most of this period, Jews had learned that there were two basic ways that were more likely to ensure survival. The first was to bribe the offending local authority to offer a contribution or a gift to refrain from attacking the Jewish population, or to simply run away, to self-exile. This is what one of my students coined the feed or flee strategy of Jewish resistance. And it worked pretty well for a good 1,000 years in Ashkenazi history. What did not work, this is really the key element of the Milberg thesis, is that the Jews did not have a mental model of what Nazism represented. Hitler level of anti-Semitism, the type of anti-Semitism, was such that lives were not to be considered, that this was some kind of like diabolical mechanism that all Jews had to be destroyed in order to somehow save the world, and that there was no room to flee. So therefore they could not compute the threat that Nazism represented. The younger generation is especially important because they are not laboring under this misconception to the same degree, and as a result, it was only after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in the summer of 1942, well after that we have course of this video, I'd like to walk you through the millennial history of Jews in Ukraine and try to describe how they interacted with the peoples of that region. Here you can see Ukraine, out of some 42 million people, about the size of France. It's an extremely valuable piece of global real estate because it has a very rich soil, a black soil that has a phenomenal agricultural output. It's often called the breadbasket of Europe. One of the things that we'll see about the peoples of Ukraine, because it is appropriate to speak of it as a multi-ethnic nation state with not just Ukrainians, but also Jews, Poles, Russians, of course, and many other nationalities living within this region, is that the region is largely fissured, a very long-standing, centuries-old fissure, part of which makes Ukraine face towards the east and the north, kind of going towards Moscow, and part of it which faces towards the west, toward Warsaw, and also towards Paris, London, and New York. We'll see how this occurred over the course of this video, but it is important to note that Ukraine is a rather distinct territory, and although it did not receive formal statehood until the 20th century, it really has a very old history that goes back before most of the region, including Russia. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say that Ukraine belongs to Russia, as we shall see shortly. This map here describes an early medieval region called Kievan Rus. The word Rus is not related to the word Russia, but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to use the term state to describe these affiliated princedoms, fiefdoms, but they centered around the city of Kyiv. That's the Ukrainian pronunciation, by the way. It's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language in the country, but it used to be called in English Kiev, which is closer to the Russian pronunciation, because Russia dominated much of this area in the modern era. But this period of Kievan Rus, which existed long before Moscow was even established, was focused around Ukraine and several of the Slavic peoples that emerged from Kievan Rus, which includes not only the Ukrainians but all Russians, the Poles, the Belarusians in particular. They all owe their cultural heritage to this region of Kievan Rus. What's especially important in its history is the version of one of its leaders, Volodymyr, pronounced in Russian Vladimir, shown here in a statue overlooking the Dnipro River that runs through the middle of Kiev. Volodymyr made a decision to convert to Christianity. It was the period when Christianity was expanding in the region, and in the one of the most important early historical documents of the region, something called the Decret, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years, there is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate, which would actually be familiar to students of Jewish history, because the same kind of situation is enacted in Kuzari by Yehuda Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr, in the 10th century, invited representatives from all the major faiths, not only Muslims, but also Jews, and two different types of Christians: Western Christians, meaning Catholics, and Eastern Christians, meaning the Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting Judaism and Islam, but he rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the book refer to, not the least of which is that they don't drink alcohol. And ultimately, he decides to adopt Eastern Christianity, that is Orthodox Christianity, and that becomes the faith of the majority of Ukrainians today, although, as we shall see, a significant movement of Ukrainians in the Western region adopts a form of Catholicism, which retains certain important aspects of Orthodox practice, even while remaining allegiance to the Pope. Now, where do you get these Jews to debate with? In the Povest, they brought them from Khazaria. Khazaria is a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. We don't have a lot of time to explore right now, but it was, according to sources, um, a medieval Jewish kingdom that existed between the Black and the Caspian Seas, as you can see here, for actually several hundred years. Now, there's a lot of questioning among Jewish historians about what is the extent of the conversion of these local peoples to Judaism. There are some scholars who believe that it's all a myth, that it was made up in the medieval ages. Other scholars retain that it was in fact the Jewish kingdom, but Judaism was quite attenuated. Perhaps it wasn't rabbinic Judaism. It's not for our discussion today. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarian Jews who were active in Kiev. One of the most fascinating documents to emerge in this period is this document, which is a letter called the Kievan letter, discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written in Hebrew characters, sometimes in Judeo-Arabic, sometimes in the Hebrew language. And this was a document purportedly from Kiev itself that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Kievan alms collector, tzedakah collector. And this was what we would call in modern Jewish parlance a petek, a little document that he would use. And the document talks about how, he's a member in good standing with the community, he's fallen in hard times, would you please help him out with a donation? And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical even in the 21st century, signatures of various dignitaries attesting to the truth of this person's bona fides. And one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in runes, rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the officials, the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev, was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was a figure of some importance. So what we know is that there were Jews living in Kiev in the period of Kievan Rus. By the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there were Jewish settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is available of them. But definitely by the time we get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century, there is a Jewish presence in Kiev. There was even, in fact, a member of the rabbinic school of Kosovo, which left a very extensive commentary in the Talmud, who was called the Moses of Kiev. There are several other figures from this period that indicate there were Jews living there at the very beginning. What happens to Kievan Rus is it is overrun by the Mongols, and so there's a period when Mongols take over the entire territory, and when the Mongols finally recede, then the region of Ukraine is eventually absorbed into a very large state, which is called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, formed largely by a dynastic union between Polish and Lithuanian royalty. As you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what would be today, you can see that has modern boundaries on it, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and extends through Belarus and much of Poland, and includes a big chunk of Ukraine, not quite reaching down to the Black Sea. And to this region, you have a massive influx of Jewish migration that extends from the 11th century onward, especially peaking around the 16th century. And the reason why Jews are especially moving to the Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is dominated by Ukraine and the southern regions, is because they are being driven out from the west by an increase in anti-Semitism, charges of the infamous blood libel, post-desecration stories, the persecution after the Black Death of 1347-48. These are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that is attracting them to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this is primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system in which Polish landlords who hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia hire Jews essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them, collecting income in the form of various types of taxes on produce, poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This system, also known as tax farming or the arrenda system, was definitely exploitative. The Polish landlords had very little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands on the Ukrainian population, and they simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community's income was largely based on the differential between what they could collect and what they had to transmit to the Polish landlords. And so that meant that the pressure on the Ukrainian peasantry simply increased every year as the Polish landlords would demand more income from their latifundia, their massive holdings. So many Ukrainian peasants, particularly males, simply abandoned their ancestral farms and they retreated to these kind of quasi-military sort of cowboy-like encampments, primarily along the rapids of the river. And in these sort of encampments, they would make their living by pirating, by freebooting. And ultimately, they organized themselves under one leader, rose up, organized them all, and rose up against the Polish landlords and their leaseholders. And in 1648-49, there was a wave of violence that shook Ukraine to its very core. And although Jews had been living in this region relatively peacefully for about 500 years, this was a moment when the economic tensions associated with the arrenda simply spilled over into violence and would have a grave impact on Jewish self-image and the image of their Ukrainian neighbors as well, and put into motion kind of like a cycle of Jewish Ukrainian contamination. But we should remember that there is a triangular conflict going on here, that Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century eruption ended when Khmelnytsky made a very drastic decision. Here you can see a map that shows the region of Ukraine that was controlled by Khmelnytsky at his greatest extent. In the line that sort of runs around the outside of the lighter green is the boundaries of contemporary ethno-linguistic Ukraine. And Khmelnytsky, after having fought with the Poles and essentially establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russians with Moscow. And this was a very, very important and serious decision because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian center of gravity from Warsaw and Poland to Moscow. Now, it's important to note, just looking at this map, you see that it's not speaking for all Ukrainians. To the west, to the left-hand side of this map, just above the red sphere that represents the Carpathian Mountains, you have the region known as Галичина, and above that, Berlin, which were still in the Polish orbit. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily inflected by Policisms, and they generally looked to the West. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century because there are certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the East. Other parts always look towards Europe and the West. And it's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary hostilities. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century, the uprising under a similar leader called Kostak. But what's going on internally in the Jewish community is that the Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development of this movement, first associated with someone called the Baal Shem Tov, Israel ben Eliezer, who lived in southwest Ukraine, or as we prefer, southeastern Poland in the 18th century. This map here from historical atlas of Hasidism shows the dramatic explosion of Hasidic activity in Ukraine, particularly towards the western region. And it's spread throughout the entire area. Just to give you a little bit of an orientation here, just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is Kiev, just on the gray side. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine, by the way, because Ukraine is largely bisected by the Dnipro River, and it flows south. So the right bank, meaning when you're standing beside the river, looking to it where it flows into the Black Sea, that the right bank is where most Jews live. On the other side, the left bank is a much smaller Jewish population, but nevertheless significant in the 20th century. So Hasidism rose at pace during this time. It's also important to note that Jews have organized themselves very well within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They've established something called the Council of Land, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities called Kehilot, in which they establish standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would become a part of the 18th century for a whole bunch of reasons, but nevertheless, Jews are enjoying, even despite the terrible upheavals of the Khmelnytsky era, they are enjoying a tremendous renaissance and a period of great strength of their communal and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partitions of Poland in a very cynical political move orchestrated by the three neighbors of Poland, that is the German, the Austrian, and the Russian empires. They simply divide up Poland between the three of them in a series of three partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orangish colors, go to Russia. And at the very bottom, you see that darker green, the eastern part of the darker green area, known in English as Galicia or Halichina in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between the eastern orientation of many Ukrainians that is going to be politically oriented by this new population of formerly Polish Ukrainians, now Ukrainians of the Russian Empire, and the formerly Polish Ukrainians who are now part of the Austrian Empire. That would pertain right up until World War I, as we shall see. The Jews who find themselves in the Russian Empire are relegated to this large territory called the Pale of Settlement, which was the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire. As you can see, just about the bottom half of this map is Ukraine. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like this man, Nicholas I, engaged in a very concerted effort to try and assimilate their local population.
Yoda.
In the case of the Jews, Nicholas I imposed the horrific Cantonist decree, which demanded that young Jewish males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service. An absolutely horrific decree that caused untold tragedy in the Jewish street. In terms of Ukrainians, a little bit different because Ukrainians and Russians were, as I alluded to earlier, related peoples. They were all Orthodox at this point. They had a similar language. Ukrainian is, it's hard to define exactly what a dialect means, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian and vice versa. But basically, they're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar. Very similar grammar, very similar, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's texts. But it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian Ukrainian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire Empire embarked on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as the little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were the Russians. And the Russian people were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russian. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and the development of Yiddish literature, the standardization of Yiddish, which had been spoken like Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, and yet it has never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. Also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constitute a distinct nation and should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous, they were living in the national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head in the revolutionary era following World War II. This map here took a map and it shows the density of Jewish population in Ukraine. The blue line represents Ukrainian boundaries today, and as you can see, Jewish population is concentrated on the side of the Ukraine. But a significant amount of it spills over into the neighboring region of Austria and Romania and Hungary. This is very heavily treated region in particular. And these cultural boundaries, linguistic and religious boundaries, are often much more significant than the political ones. So during the revolutionary era, leading up to World War I, and especially in 1917, when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's envisioned in the form of a federated Russian state that includes many of the non-Russian nationalities, like Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhail Hrushevsky. Hrushevsky and many others assembled an organization in Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minority, the Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course, all of whom had ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, the years after World War I were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, with many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petlura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in communal violence at this time. And in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919. And one of the great paradoxes of this period 40% of the reported pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to the Ukrainian Fedora, who had a Minister of Jewish Affairs in his government at the time. A very confusing period. I'm really curious. Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukraine's ethno-linguistic territory, and they established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that new country. The white line that you can faintly see running around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries, but more significantly is the pink area in the center, which is the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR. The blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within the Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar Poland. And once again, you see that fissure where a large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and Soviet Socialist republics, and a minority in Western Ukraine themselves associated again, whether they like it or not, with the independent Poland that reemerges after World War I. Also, interesting in this note is that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations. And you can see, as we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in West Bank, Ukraine, and especially in the Ukrainian region of Alochina, which at this point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine, and I've spoken about it in other videos, so I don't want to go into great detail, but perhaps most significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor, a artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in 1932 to 1933. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high, particularly towards the Western regions. And this accelerated a level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, falsely, that the Jews were somehow behind communism and behind the Holodomor by extension. Obviously, much more to say about this complex period. Please have a look at some of my other videos to understand it. But what ends up happening in World War II is that the region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop non-aggression pact. Stalin and Hitler agreed to cynically divide the region that separated their two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Poland 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of the Soviets for 2 years. During these 2 years, the Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to a very brutal, rapid process of communization, the collectivization of farms, the seizure of intellectuals, of intelligentsia of various types, priests and teachers and postal clerks, and you name it, torturing them and ultimately murdering them. But what happens in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 22nd, 1941, is that Hitler double-crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching him off guard, and as you can see in this map, penetrating deep into the Russian SSR and taking over almost all of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. The Ukrainian SSR is almost completely taken over by the Nazis, and what's most significant for our purposes is that Hitler sends out 4 mobile killing squads into the region. The lowest one, as you can see the blue lines there, is Einsatzgruppe, which proceeds to go through the tiny little shtetls that dot the countryside, rounding up Jews, communists, political figures, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone who is regarded as an enemy by the Third Reich, taking them out to the and ravines in the region and simply mass murder. This is incidentally the way in which most of my ancestors were killed, not in Ukraine, but in Lithuania by another group of migrants. So the Nazis hold on to the Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn with the Battle of Stalingrad. Eventually, the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany and ultimately to the reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who were on the western side. They were dominated by the city of Lviv, or Lviv, as it would be pronounced by people in Russia. These western Ukrainians are much less likely to support their incorporation into the Soviet Union, primarily because they have more of an orientation to capitalism and to the West and to Europe in general. Nevertheless, these are the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR that pertain right up until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Under Gorbachev, when there were widespread protests, particularly by the non-Russian nationalities, and they're breaking away from the Soviet Union, Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on, Belarus, which is normally very closely aligned with Russia, break away and form their own states. And it is during this period, particularly from the 1960s onward, that you begin to see Jews and Ukrainians form another kind of rapprochement, this time united in their opposition to Stalinism and to Soviet communism in general. One of the most notable figures that emerges from Ukraine at this time is the dissident Anatoly Sharansky, Natan Sharansky, who is now a very important leader in Israel, who was one of the prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the temerity to ask for permission to leave the Soviet Union. And in many ways, Jews and Ukrainians, exiled and imprisoned, began to reform connections that would later be expressed in political activity and would ultimately result in the overthrow of the Soviet Union in 1991. Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map from the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more Russified the population is, at least linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movement that Putin is taking advantage of, perhaps exaggerating and certainly leveraging for his own purposes. And it is in this region where Mr. Putin was trying to invade it. The Crimea to the south has been seized by Russia for some time now, and it is in these regions where the hostilities are specifically focused. However, it's very clear from maps of troop buildup that they have troops in Belarus and in Crimea as well, which threaten Ukraine and could suggest the outbreak of much wider hostilities. How do Jews feel about this right now? Well, it's an unusual moment. Perhaps most ironically, the current president of Ukraine is in fact Jewish himself, and he has not made a secret of this, and he is the one leading Ukraine in their attempt to resist this Russian aggression. Many Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of their country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century, and specifically the late 20th century. They have the possibility of making Aliyah, leaving Ukraine and moving to Israel. This is something that changes the entire dynamic for many of the 40,000 odd people who identify as Jewish in Ukraine today. But those Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community, they will stay and they will fight and they will resist Russian aggression in the region. Let us hope for peace in the region and a long-standing resolution to this conflict that is an investment in the interest of all the people in the area watch the terrible events that are currently unfolding in Ukraine, it's important for us to recall that Jews have a very, very long and rich history in this region. And I've prepared a couple of videos already that explain to you the long and rich history there. Today, what I'd like to do is to just give you a few biographical snippets of some historically significant Jews who have come from Ukraine. This video could be much longer than it actually is because there are literally hundreds, maybe thousands of really famous Jews who have come from Ukraine themselves or are of Ukrainian Jewish lineage. By the way, please don't write in comments, why didn't you include so-and-so, why didn't you include this person? That's just going to make me feel really honest. There are literally hundreds of people that could have been included in this video. I just picked a handful that were really meaningful to me. Some people are kind of surprised that I would portray life for Jews in Ukraine as anything except unrelenting and suffering. And, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is that for the vast majority of the time that the Jews lived in Ukraine, they lived in a cultural symbiosis with their neighbors. Sometimes there was more strain, and sometimes, in fact, there was even that resulted in Jewish deaths at the hand of Ukrainian antagonists. But there's also, hundreds and hundreds of years of relatively peaceful coexistence without discussing individuals. I think it's hard for people to let go of that kind of reified mindset with regard to experiences in Ukraine. And certainly not given Ukrainian history this past year. I think I know more than most people about the violence that was perpetrated against Jews in 1648, 1768, 1919, and of course the Holocaust. However, when you look at the overarching amount of history that Jews have spent in Ukraine, it's easy to lose sight of the more private moments that dominated that. By the way, some people say, well, what about Nazism in Ukraine? And they'll point to tiny examples, sometimes more significant, obviously during the Holocaust, of Ukrainians who supported more right-wing causes. It's still the argument. You look at America, we've got Nazis here in the United States. We've got Nazis in virtually every country of the world. They tend to be tiny little segments of the population. They tend to represent kind of like these QAnon supporting individuals who they band together and ran to have passers-by and things like that. We certainly don't condemn an entire society because of these tiny minorities, especially when society has demonstrably taken steps sell that kind of activity, which is not something we've done very well. At any rate, I want to focus here on Ukraine. Let's have a look at some of the significant details of the institution. Here's a map just to recall what we're talking about when we say Ukraine. These are the contemporary political boundaries. Although it's important to note that with the exception of a couple of points in this long history, Ukraine was not a singular nationality. They didn't have their own state that they could claim. This is all boundaries of other countries' land. Ukraine was typically dominated by other countries, and the ethno-linguistic population known today as Ukrainians often found themselves within a Polish or are settled in the southern half, which is represented by this lower section. It is in this area that the Hasidic movement flourishes. The founder of the Rabbinic movement, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, also known as the Baal Shem Tov, who lived from about 1700 to 1750, came from the western region of Ukraine, a town called Rothschild'S, and he was one of his principal students. Both there, the Maggid Mezrich came from the town Mezrich of Medici. Many of the Hasidic dynasties that are still active today, like Jehovah's Witnesses, Rothschild'S, they all come from Ukraine. Famous Hasidic leaders like Rothschild'S. Hasidism is overwhelmingly a phenomenon, particularly in the 18th century. This map here shows you this beautiful historical atlas of Hasidism on the subject of Christ. The spread of Hasidism from Mezrich from western Ukraine, essentially. Perhaps the best known Hasidic group today, if you look at the famous Ukrainian freedom, is the Rothschild'S movement, for example, which has an annual pilgrimage to the city of Kazan in Ukraine. Now, where exactly the Rabbi, or the Natman of Rothschild, came originally from Jewish, and he was active, of course, in Wrocław, as well as his name, Natman of Rothschild. But he decided he wanted to be buried in Iran, largely because of the many graves of Jews who were victims of the Haganah massacre of 1763. Another very Hasidic leader from Ukraine is, of course, Rabbi Nathan English Nielsen, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad movement. Although Chabad itself did not originate in Ukraine proper, the seventh Rebbe was born in Lvov, then known as Chabadinoslav, later known as the United States. Now, what happened next in the overall development of the Jewish population is in the late 18th century, the country of Poland was swallowed up by its neighbors, and Russia takes over the massive section of Ukrainian Jews. A smaller number of those Jews living in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory actually end up in Austria-Hungary, Galicia, but the majority of Jews end up in this region called the Kiev settlement, which is where they were allowed to live under Russian-style factory structures and conflict. During this period of time, the 18th century and the 19th century, we had a tremendous explosion of Jewish culture in all kinds of areas. Great writers like Shalom Aleichem, who pioneered Yiddish, and who was, of course, the author of the very successful later Broadway play and movie, Hitler. Isaac Baba, a great Russian stylist, who wrote Red Cavalry and many others amazing work. And in Hebrew, I am not Gallic, many others, who was really the poet laureate of the Jewish people who entered the 30s and early century. In music, you see people like Vladimir Horowitz, a great pianist and composer, Russell Rosenthal, a cantor who's really absolutely world famous. In science, you have people all around the country, because the man who developed the vaccine for cholera and for the bubonic plague. It was national hero in India. It was a sample of a stamp that has his face on it because it was soon to be recovered back in India. Political leaders, Leon Trotsky, of course, the leader of the Red Army, one of the leaders of the Soviet Union. Golda Meir, also from Kiev, here is actually a Chinese Muslim from on her birthday yesterday. She went on, of course, to the Prime Minister of Israel. So, we can go on and on. I could really start with the early 20th century, but there's so many great Jews who have done fantastic things. Who were born in Ukraine or were descendants of Ukrainian Jews. There's a place of tremendous history for Jews, and we should bear that in mind. I think that the people of Ukraine spare suffering as they're going through this conflict. Thank you very much for watching. I recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and chapter on Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazars. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection with the Khazars, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming whole, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, from Suvar of the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Rus, that would be based in today's Kiev, Ukraine, in the 10th century, and they basically disappeared. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, we can't use our really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with their drawing land, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onwards. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region as well. From what we know from lots of other sources, there was a pretty significant eastward expansion and migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from, and that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who used that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there many of them to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Spartans, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula, but we'll talk a lot more about that shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian axis. Since there is something of a gap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which has some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe. The Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about this? Or is something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis. That the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Charles Stassler at Duke University. Great scholar, who's quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history and has published quite a bit on Khazarian in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole. He finds a great story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descendants biological descent as opposed to halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram. It's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a quasi origin to the Ashkenazi Jews. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Erlan Elhait, who did some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that he's presented specifically on the matter. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2014, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people looking at the Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now, and the tiny numbers really made huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely zero, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that this might be valid. Secondly, to pile on just important things here, the second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. I mean, one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, at the turn of the 20th century was in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivation. Professor Steinbeck is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkish origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary that its grammar is essentially Slavic is nonsensical to anyone who has studied multi language groups. If you study German, if you study the Slavic languages, and you study Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, those Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French and other various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migration. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the eastern dialect of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising given that we're talking about living in the Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other fine or schematic phenomena. So the bottom line is Yiddish is way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third is the cultural evidence. Where are the recipes? Where are the old customs? Where are the still quite a bit. We've done some great studies of DNA, and they must have mostly disappeared in the last few years. One of the most fascinating things we discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from likely 4 women, apparently of European origin. And there's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. One indication they lived relatively through each other, but there are 4 specific women that seem to have had a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. In other words, they still seem to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family, and there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, by the way, I'll show you a diagram of study in a second, which shows a lot more about Jewish males than Jewish females. This happens then, as is very common and was often under non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion of women converting to Judaism than men convert to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jews and Eastern European Jews. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical evidence of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, they could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a large group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms, and that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derive their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in northern Europe that would later move to the east represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may be more important than most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on these Y chromosomes. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priesthood, and they are, and it's only the male who pass down father to son. Others do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, we were able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern ethnic origin, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazi heartland in Germany. That would be number 2 in this particular map. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back to that original sector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with arrows labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and gives me basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector. And there are four women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah as Ashkenazi Jews that have four, almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about this person? So thank you very much for watching. Now that we have discussed the question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call the Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, of the Khazar conversion, is this book, the Kuzari, written by Rabbi Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story described in the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this king Ulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual, concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, so particularly Christianity and Islam. Both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching its borders, and he thinks to himself, well, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of the other faiths and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like that's a joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Gulam decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Khazari, the Khazarian people, ultimately follow him. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you notice that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Khazari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Khazari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Levi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Levi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Khazari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Khazari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source, and to serve as a literary philosophical source, but try to go back and understand what the historical. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the course correspondence of Kasta and Shapur. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating, very important source, which was exceptionally important for the Levi's work as well. Kasta ibn Shapur, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of Shimpunan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Kasta ibn Shapur were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now. But basically, it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were basically preserved until they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in the Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, is fallen on hard times, is supporting orphans and widows or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up a cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated. Typically, these are not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Omer Pesach argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen out of time, the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, "I have read it," or "We have read it." Fascinating that indicates that there was evidently people who, normally this would be the signature of someone who was important to as a distinct Khazar community yet at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well, and perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kiev and Rus population, which later will grow into modern-day Ukraine. Is also shared with the Russian Empire and Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called Povest Romania Kiev, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There's a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity. And there is a representative of the Jews. And that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And it's absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chastai and Shamrut with King Joseph, and they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. But finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, a sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. These very common statements there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from the Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. Well, what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. Oh, if you ask Professor Shaul Stanford, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stanford is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. Right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, we still have all these little bits of data, the letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So, trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, I tend to believe something happened there with regards to conversion. Why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for this. Besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chastai and Shamrut, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long, I think to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine, then Kiev and Rus, in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, as we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt for the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times. But it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adiabene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Sinjar, in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Hungarian Jews converted to Judaism. It could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps contributing to the ongoing mystery of the Khazars, what happened to them? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kiev was destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the Chronicle of Bygone Years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make on some of the smaller Jewish populations, but in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews perhaps? We don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering this question, why would people care? What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. You consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law, and although I'm not a theologian, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity, and of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black. And those white Jews who think they're Jews, they can't be Jews because we are. Right? As we've discussed, when we look at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew, halachic being in terms of Jewish life. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis. And for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, the way the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stafford's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly we're going to look at the Gaelic Jewry. Thank you very much for watching. In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. And of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust. And after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they live. So we start from the very beginning, go back to the biblical days. The Bible does record a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in state Babylon, state of Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel. And of course, there's the local restrictions used assigning the population of some 70 individuals to Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, there was some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well. You see that there's an ancient displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what is today primarily in northern Iraq. And then in the 5th century, there was another major displacement, the destruction of the first temple to a little bit further south in the Mesopotamia region, in the Tigris and Euphrates River. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the Upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some. If we move to late antiquity, let's start from the first century onwards, we've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. For the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there was a pretty massive revolution in Yehuda, and most of them moved to the north to the region of the Galilee, or the Galilee. That's why I put the two circles there on this map in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq, and the force of the move to Iraq under the preaching of Syrian and Babylon. But then there is a fairly significant of that population actually becomes a major chunk of the center, so that's happened in the Mesopotamia region, in their historical rights. And then you can have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. And these circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good method of what the relative scale would be, but Egypt, the Alexandria population was much, much smaller than that in Also in this text is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the first century. There was a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple really in the first century before the Common Era. Jews living in Rome. There's a lot more that are sent over there, prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek Peninsula, Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly what was Tunisia and Benghazi today, Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out the Black Sea littoral at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews live and what will become very important for them. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how, particularly as we go to the medieval period now, you see that the gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact, it becomes a source of out-migration as well, where Jews living across the coast of northern Africa, they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. So we have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that increases, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of what created the 9th century. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy, and they're moving north, the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century, increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving towards Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect. Economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in 1290, and Jews basically cross the Channel going into France and the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion of Spain, of course, in 1492, that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and not huge, but an important movement to Sfax in northern Israel as well. And then I made a distinction with the green arrows. I think that's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in World War II, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce and leaseholders and arrendators and censors in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the West driving them towards these, but also the economic draw bringing these Jews. And if we switch back into the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of expulsion. And they're leaving not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their route back it goes back to the Jewish identity. There also is a significant amount of migrations to places like Amsterdam and to all of the things on this map. You get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, early modern period, we get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million people living in the world around the year 1700. And most of them, of course, are Europe. So 70% of them are Europe. And as you can see from the scattering of dots on this map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe. A very small number of Jews, about 70%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire was such a major population center, but clearly by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to province. Then Europe empties out quite significantly at the end of the 1900s. There is a general movement once again westward, partially to Europe, like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, a massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the field of settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlapped much of Poland, western Ukraine, Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to stay. So this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. A massive amount of Jews moved to the region called Golden Medina, the Golden Country in the United States of America, and to the north, 70,000 Jews moved to my homeland, my birthplace, because they heard that they have universal, of course, a significant number as well to South America, and roughly equal amounts. This is happening in the year of 1882 to 1924, 1928, about 45,000 both developing in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also to Australia. You get a sense of expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale. You get a sense of the relative size of the population. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews, 60 million overall. But the U.S. and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well. And significant populations in other parts of the world as well. Now, I haven't in this review, we're looking at some of the smaller migrations like to India and to China, but I'm going to address those immediately. That's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns for Shopee. I hope you enjoyed it. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Live. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is universal, central, and memorable other countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5,782 into the traditional count now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on his diet this I know a lot of you don't like my humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origin of Polish Jewry. But when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. This map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries to get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland is actually like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the Central European countries as well. And so the discussion today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there's very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures. At any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration now that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come to land and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povis Yet, which is not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Lutsk, the region as it was known. And there's references to the Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we've discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria and other places like that. So that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them so much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in the very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal ministers and making money. You're looking at these coins, I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here we see a few stencils of several of them. And here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karo, or Mashka Karo, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Yeshko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Of course, this is highlighted in red because a little bit easier to read. It's fascinating. Why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small about the 10th century onwards. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull factors. Meaning there are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who was accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars, like the mentioned Israelites from Militia, who refer to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology of Hebrew, Pol, Lid, meaning here, Pol, Lid, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So, in terms of the push factor, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres, primarily in northern Judea, that seems to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because, as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on legitimate authorities to maintain a rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks, but not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. That's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in class resulted in a series of expulsions. In France, in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. So there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever have before. Now, there's also pull factors. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce things like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and you can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect the long-standing agreement as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. fetch the Jewish inn because that was actually a monopoly that was given to the Jews. But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go to tobacco, and they go to tobacco and they find, how to put themselves into the secular environment. But people lived within communities. You were part of the Jewish community. You don't have an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were help to go on with the community for taxes and things like that. So the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the history rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the history rebellion in 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Pillage, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and created and really attracted a lot of Jews to the kingdom. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the common period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the big red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border of Germany and to the north of Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, particularly in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Explorer Lands, depending on the story that it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehillah, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled all of the social welfare, works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up like everything from wayfarer support to food rides and welfare and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Bolshevik Municipality within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really rather amazing. Which, by the way, we're looking at is one of the a couple of pages from the minutes of the Council of Lands. Now, they'd have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, as regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews live and consider themselves within the Polish state. This is really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Monastir Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era of Jewish civilization. being. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see because there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for this. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader, which I'll show shortly, and it's sometimes spelled with Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a letter at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, very large loss and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Rabbi, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe, and it shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in various, sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Cossacks, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all-male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of, I'm not sure what the right word for it is, like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening in the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were otherwise that is worshiping Christian Orthodoxy as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which were Malorossiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation. Although that may not be historically accurate at all, in fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising was emerged. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews through Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular, and beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call Right Bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a contested land. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Danube River, which flows from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards Crimea. And it is along the river that you have the Zaporizhzhs, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles have massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for this reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland, to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town, and own, the bread mill, and own the bridges, and own the orchards in the forest, and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us not recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainians is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, which was called Rothschild'S at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if the Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it's the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Burati, the so-called Kretschmann, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family. It was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propenatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it and then pass along the profits to the Polish nobles. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which is obviously why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their role in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there was a Jewish klezmer. This is something that was especially in Eastern Europe. Jews as being more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside are much more things that form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. But this man shown here, Bogdan Kramnitsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered it together, and in a proto-nationalist movement led in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Kramnitsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small business and so on, even though they may not have been the architects of any kind of anti-African American aggression, they nevertheless were the people who were close by and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for years, is called the Decree of Tachletat. Xeras Tachletat, the term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very evil, decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and heroics. Really like kind of the archetypical heroics of Eastern Europe for the horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yevet Suvet, a quote from the Book of Psalms, as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stamper in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence was subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. It was a brutal, horrific attack, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Elizabeth Hamon to the important commentator the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But numbers that are commonly written about and probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands of a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Magnitsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to Russia, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Magnitsky Rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamaki Rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the one may argue elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. But for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as we can see in this 5-written note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific for Jews, who then as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezalezhny, in Kyiv today, a monument of Khmelnytsky. And
yo, what up? Can you hear me?
In the early 20th or late 19th century, it shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the originals, rather heroic statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find that on the web, but in the original draft, and this is a casting of it, behind the boots of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down in his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated if this draft would have been accepted for the final version that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to observe even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatite, which we discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something that you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another hour of Jewish History Now. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Nazism, which is really an important movement, a tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look first modern religious movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers to the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Under Threads, who we spoke about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it is not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to transform the popular Western European view of Catholicism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Benzion Zeno, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you a sense that the views of what is Hasidism, what is its significance, what is its theology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand the religious context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact, a large chunk of Jews living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Ukraine. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479, and all of a sudden, Catherine II said, "Oh my gosh, I have all these tens of perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews in Russia." One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called a Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews go. A lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Mongolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which is the Romanian Jews in Bulgaria. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kazakhstan, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. We'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. We'll find it in the scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness, or chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in lines of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beers and the veils and things like that, but those are kind of like, whooshing or clothing or things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism? Our emphasis on the Ve'ikut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the Hasidic groups, who would later become known as Snagdim or the opponents. We'll talk about that in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believe in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary physical study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that was actually a desiderata. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, the often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who was a Tehillim Zohar, someone who just recites songs, rather than just going through the book, reading the words as opposed to having insights into the meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who were not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written literally after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, particularly who were known as Baalei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. The great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Rothschild'S Stern in Northwestern, showing here his view when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Nazi library there of 8th century cussing or record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers, especially reputable, some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very inside teacher of Judaism, one connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from the other Baal Shem who were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my colleague, senior colleague, Professor Moshe Moshe Rossman of Bar Ilan University wrote an amazing book on early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources we found in the tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Yeshiva. It gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have done this well, but still provides clear, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records afterward, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an engine of these courses. Have an excellent day. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origin of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region of Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Misnagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to them, they would further define themselves. Fascinating is they were also defined by the Hasidim as well. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and fashion. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture. I get it, Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology. And practice is placed first, because in many ways, practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews who call themselves Orthodox and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Misnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which have to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure, just with regards to the use of the mikvah, ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they are in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher, how exactly must one slaughter Shabbat. Exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that you don't have to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is known there, known as the Maggid, as Rich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Yadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. You can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Arseny Brzezinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasid, after the Maggid Mezrich passed away and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Nagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement. So it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition. And the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves in the way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Nagdim? The most significant, the king of the Nagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Nagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, a great scholar of Lithuania who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Nagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was that Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Bolivia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. In fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements. It's not that they don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times? You have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with the proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over it. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure. And both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications organizations. This has been Univer's primary contribution to the historiography, saying, hey, the debate between the Mishnah and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that. You create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should do. More than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was a kind of experimentation with intention of maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink alcohol before I pray, things like that. That the Lithuanians, really broke down on. And finally, the accusation that these things really cross the line. There's no love, they're observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually kind of like a front for Sabbathean movement and had to really be extirpated now before it further affected the Jewish followers. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi of the Caps, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they want an audience who would try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. We don't misunderstand it. They were unsuccessful. They were not demanding an audience. In fact, it was not counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement and in some cases burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that we go through in the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even find those words even plain. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales will just. At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had especially strong social ban was applied in 1781 and in 1794 when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate. He denounced the Hasidic to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, and have him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with a very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between Misnagdim and Hasidim, the Misnagdim are also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There was Jews who wanted that. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of the Rothschild'S, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania, and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic Renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely, you better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to put more energy into Talmud. And in fact, that's what these Lithuanians are for. More than anything else is their incredible attention to detail and their superb study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdim tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah Snigla, the revealed Torah. Before you studied Torah Snister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself, they were studying kind of like digest necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi of the Lodge associated with Yeshiva, he was essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChayim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Nisnagim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in Yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of Yeshiva study. And he said, "How's it going?" I said, "Well, I'm okay. I'm enjoying Yeshiva. I go to Yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, has a problem in it, figure out the problem, and then I come home." But I said, "So, Rabbi, I have to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day, because we're finding problems and solving them, and then going home for dinner, right?" So he said, "Okay, this is what we got to do. Read Nefesh HaChayim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day." And so I said, "Okay, I'll do it." So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChayim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. Many, many times, I simply couldn't put it down. Looked up, and I already got way past my shooting stuff. And I was like way in some area north of Jerusalem somewhere. That I had just gotten so lost. And it really changed the way I went back and it made the Toastmasters jump off the page. And this is really important. You got to study this right now and know what it's like. Not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. So, you're having that problem. See you next time. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that the Chacham had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, called the Tzaddik, called the Rabbi, inappropriate stuff that in some cases they regarded Rabbi as sort of like a intermediary before God, which is really very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So they Nagda certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary, and it's used to regard very learned and holy missionaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, who called them Yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power associated with the term Torah, the fine Torah itself. And so that was kind of like this Nagda reflection, not to be in reaction, but also to admiration. Okay. While the Hasidim and the Sagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th or the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If there's something, hit the subscribe button, because just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group, and let's return a challenge of both the Hasidim and the Sagdim based in
30 seconds. He's a talent. Never said a funny thing in his life. He's got one story that he tells over and over, and it's not interesting. Get that out. I think that these.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th to the 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the tradition known as the Misnagdic, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure contemporary days, and it would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung, that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism Zionism that swept across much Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Rosario del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Carrara, the Old River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced outdoors, like everybody in Carrara. And while they're living in tents, worrying about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this thing. Among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of the discussions, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what, Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world. The outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. Very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. But is definitely a period of looking, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it's not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and said, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes the 8 chapters, that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah, as an example of Western Europe, is definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who recall were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. These Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Muslim. Certainly the most important of that 15 of the Muslim was Moses Mendelssohn, self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facilities with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish, besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But the vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was hard. It's kind of like compare Haitian French to continental French, or even where I grew up, Joual, the Quebecois French. Comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They almost not understand each other. So it was very similar in syntax and vocabulary and huge overlaps, but speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant or backward or things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet. the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a celebrity in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. Note, by the way, still a very observant Jew, still observing Shabbat in the country and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on, and intellectually he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens. They weren't considered
Binge.
They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism, Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early Maskilim, by the way, Maskil is like the singular noun form of Haskalah. Has enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTT, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. And in fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon, let's simply get rid of it and move straight to the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter and what time to show up for a minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher for go to minyan? Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday, which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins, where if you happen to wake up and you're not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg, Schwerin, made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't do this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and create a statement that will be accessible to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science, Torah, and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights on Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along and get our place in German society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a form of thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted really at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shandal or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. You see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have them, they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really gets back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Rothschild'S, argued that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Hirsch was way too modern or way too gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed here because he was a little more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, the heavy lean towards assimilation, you didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and it's adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different English things rather than simply adopting and developing language. So rather than, let's say, abandoning the Jewish languages to Russian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, but let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience, human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, like Zionism or Jewish socialism, which is something as well. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandoning the Jewish ideals and assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily the religious movements. Some of the most significant examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more sex studies within the educational program, something which
we're gonna have a game changer for that.
many other
Is it going to be over? Come on, Donnie. Hey, Donnie, get your shit together, dog. Make this shit work.
Had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 5 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Children were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. Just made it become that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Catholic schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was to attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian approved schools that education of Jewish leaders like really involved with that perhaps the way the Haskalah could offer enlightenment to Russian Jewish population. But in reality, they
Mr. Lotion.
efforts and even later discussed the end of the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Nestagim. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the United States is Eliezer Steinberg, who wrote a book called Shalom Israel, Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, David Eliyahu, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its power, and to oversee its logic and its nature. Hasidim in Bolivia, the martial devotion, the plan of Jewish, their ideal the closeness to God. And finally, the great stage of our people, Moses,
There you go.
self-observance, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lap of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with all three of these shepherds, the leader of the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of Hasidim, but they all somehow are appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to Jewish debate. And it's worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, on the wealth of each other's kind of a dynamic tension. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Thinking about it, talking about it with you. If you don't mind, please subscribe, please share this video with other people. Because one of my pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button. And the universe of people who are studying Jesus. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Now. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which is one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region, but after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in these post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. So, for example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which are massive countries. Now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by admiral. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of Hungary. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising these peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries. They want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that. But it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created. Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within the Soviet Union. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated in this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. First thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in West Europe and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred. It began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff, story and all this stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous, how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's city, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 years ago. That was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Berg is a German suffix in the city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. again, because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar, they renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917 was 3 years into World War I. No sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, to use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which will get really close to them when they have machine guns, things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd. To some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political ultimately within a very short period of time. The Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional proceeding, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale Settlement from the Encyclopedia Britannica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale Settlement. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time consider it a massive concentration of Jews for the rest of the year. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine the entry method. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November of 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tadeusz Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat. Typically, there's a waistcoat there, usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled as a guy for a Jew. Usually, it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and stuff. So we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That ultimately is what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been occurred in November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy, others wanted to have a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. But anyway, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there, representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top of whose reference here is Georgiev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in the secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see it better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case you missed it, he's also got payas. He's also got forelocks that indicates he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic books. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by the Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what it's like. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. Pick up where we left off yesterday with the collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet Union, and take it further into the disastrous civil war period that followed. And in particular, I'm going to focus on the experience of Jews in Ukrainian lands, primarily because that's actually something I know something about. official language of this Greek-lived Ukrainian state. We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. With a big amount of primary research in several archives around the world, several of them in the former Soviet Union, eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some readers. It has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by fairly important publishing house there in Canada. And so if you're curious, you can get it in English or any place to get it. At any rate, what I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable rapprochement, that is, a coming together, meeting of minds, of populations that had lived in a kind of, symbiosis for a very long time, for centuries, and then of course there was the Jewish and Ukrainian populations. They were very, very different populations. The Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, the Jews overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, and cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population, a large marginal population that had very little power in the urban centers. And the Jews, on the other hand, highly literate, highly ignorant, long oppressed and restricted by Russian authorities, but now looking for opportunity to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire, that suddenly became possible. So under the period of the provisional government, there were more and more linkages between the Jews and the Ukrainians, and they began to talk about perhaps creating some kind of new democratic society. When Russia became communist, as we spoke about in the previous lecture, this became much more significant. The Jewish parties who were more left-wing, the socialist Jewish parties, were very, very uncomfortable. A lot of Jewish organizations that felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with the Russians, which is an upsetting moment because for a long time, Jews had exhibited, if they had any kind of alliance with the larger population, it tended to be much more Russophobic. This is, by the way, a very old phenomenon where minorities tend to ally themselves with the ruling power rather than allying themselves with oppressed parts of the society, because obviously as a minority it's dangerous to be on the wrong side of the tracks for this kind of thing. So they ended up allying themselves with the Ukrainians as they moved more and more towards independence, even from the Russians, because originally they viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated society that perhaps the Russians were the most significant of the nationalities, but the Ukrainians would have significant power to themselves, and they began to move towards total independence, which was definitely a big break for the Ukrainians as well. And so during this period of time, there was actually a remarkable effort of a new spirit of cooperation between the Ukrainians and Jews. And it was extremely important because the Jews were quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert, who's one of the experts in Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous population of Jews, where in much of the Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the blue border, Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called the right bank of Ukraine, because they're on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which goes from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. The troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany, they're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There was a civil war brewing to the north with Russia going communist. apropos between Ukrainians and Jews, where this is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds and hundreds of documents from this period here, and it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community, and you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic alphabet on the left of the page, but the typewriter that was used to read was a Russian typewriter, and so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have, and so whenever they had the letter I, you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space, and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. That gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. Actually, become hard copy as you do it. And well, I'm not going to explain to you the technology is complicated. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriter, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it had certain kind of youthful exuberance that, in many ways, was made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collided terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who are active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territories that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, who we talked about in the previous lecture, who were monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to, either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks. There are a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was there, and there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens, people like Nestor Makhno, who were associated with attacks upon civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were far away from large Polish centers. And it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands. A reasonable estimate of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, the pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. Really, I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenal. But anyway, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, specifically with regard to that remarkable period that is described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were attributed to the Ukrainian Directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Sekiel. Now, we have to place this in context. Simon Sekiel was a former journalist who early on in his career has actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the whites, the Greens, and so on. Government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And its troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petliura did not act forcefully and demonstrably to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. I feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directly against Jews, Sigmund Petliura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens is the Jews are beleaguered and are attacked on all forces, and many locations are actually organized several times. They recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youth. Some of them were literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they'd never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to those people in the next lecture. But for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by interwar Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by Moscow. Petliura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petliura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard, this is in Paris, says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petliura?" And Petliura says, "Oui." And Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested and he's taken to trial for assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petliura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petliura's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting to Petliura's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbard as an avenger of the massacres of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to understand Petliura as, let's say, an architect of the pogrom, some kind of proto-Hitler. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling this, no resources even to provide for them, to feed them and so on. If he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster and ultimately end up losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the form of Pale of settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. That's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II. It was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with a discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Dimenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happens with those Jews who associate themselves with communism in this early period. Dimenstein was assigned this task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, or that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there was much less secularism, much more board, traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment of the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted and there were still, numerous forces, including in particular the Ukrainian Directory and the anarchists and the white Russian forces, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of a monarchy or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of a capitalist society in its place. The communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. This went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecutions, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly off the neck of the larger population, and the Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but if we focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated, and he lives for a couple more years. But during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There are some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown at expanding the control of the Soviet Union, but others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual, coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationality, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union, and he ultimately would end up very subtly around Trotsky.
How you doing, big man?
You remember me, bro? Like, it's been a few months.
Remind me about yourself.
Man, yeah, I don't remember. Dude, I swear, I could talk like, what, almost a year ago, and you're still alive. Yeah, so you're the guy who's alive.
Thank you, big dog. I appreciate it. How's your day going?
Man, this is going good. But dude, like, how have you been, like, live for so long? Like, I always see you in BC.
Weird, dog. What BC do you see me in?
Where, I mean, I have a lot of customers. I remember you to be the actual speaking shop. You in the, I saw you in the adult, e-girl stuff, but what happened to the actual speak Discord stuff? Do you know?
Yeah, they wouldn't let me stream in there anymore.
Didn't they ban you?
They basically did. They made it so I couldn't join any of the VCs.
Oh, but are you still in server?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get, like, you haven't even done anything wrong, but they're just mad because you're always there.
Yeah, they didn't like that I had taken the #1 position in the video stream.
Yeah, well, I just checked. Y'all talked to you October of last year. It's probably a year since I talked to you, and you're still alive. Bro, you gotta have the world record, right?
Word, dog.
So, like, what's your opinion on the guy? You know Gaza?
Yeah, I know it. I want world peace.
Oh, so you're African peace?
Word, dog.
African peace. So, like, what's your, like, main stream? Because I know you stream on a bunch of accounts, so what's your main one?
Yeah, I mean, if you ever want to connect with me, it's on here. If you want to see my other shit, I don't really have a mainstream. I mean, aside from this Discord, if you want to see all my streams, in the upper left corner, you'll see it says 24/7 live streams. Just click that, and you'll see all my streams.
Oh, okay, wait. So did your YouTube channel get? Why did your YouTube channel get banned?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you have like, oh my god, like 20 live streams. That is actually crazy. How many devices do you have?
33.
Yo, that's crazy. How much data do you use? Do you have like, don't you have bandwidth for this?
Yeah, I mean, I use as much bandwidth as they'll give me. Probably like, I use like maybe 10 terabytes a month.
Like, how many terabytes?
Maybe like 10.
Yeah, dude, you're running a data center. That's crazy. You're from wait, so you're from wait, how much is the internet cost?
It's like a few $100s a month.
You use fiber, right?
Yeah.
And you're in the Bay Area. Are you in the Bay Area? You know what that is?
I'm based out of Southern California.
Oh, so like Santos, right?
Word.
That's crazy. Hey man, look, it's good to talk to you again, man. It's crazy. Like you're actually the most dedicated streamer. You have been
100%.
streaming for like hours straight. It's crazy.
24/7 for 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Correct.
And what's your goal?
World peace, big dog.
Yeah, but like in hours, like how many hours do you like years are you spending on streaming?
Oh, I want to do it the rest of my life.
So, oh my god, but that's crazy. Hey, haven't you been on Edward Green?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened? Did he like say something?
Yeah, he was nice.
Hey man, it's good to talk to you again, man.
Excellent,
Hey,
pal.
I
Yo,
hope you have a blessed day, dude. I hope your streaming studio goes good. It's good to see you.
good to see you
And
as well.
yeah, just bye.
Take care, big man. You're welcome anytime. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, yeah, I'll come back if I ever like need stuff.
Excellent, my friend. Take care.
Yeah, may God bless you.
You as well. God bless. Shout out to Finn Gay. There's Donnie. Big. This is big. What do you think they've done? You think they know? Bigger than your foot. You are so fun. You were fucking the other one. Now you're fucking this one. Game over. It's game over. Game over. Babies. Oh, baby, it's game over. Sun's up, sun's up. Dog. Is it over? What's my username?
That's so thick. This bitch is hot as fuck. Bullshit.
Game over. Over.
This bitch is done. Over. They done here. Can't wait to be united.
Very cool. Very Yo, dog. What's going on, Jejemeche? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, did you find out about me from Twitch? If you did, I would shit myself right now. Can you hear me? How's your day going? Yo, dog. How are you? Okay. What up, King King Porsche? Cool. Dude, they should just call this the fucking Michael Gohan. I love Asian things. It's so nice. Yo, bitch, you got a lot of stuff over there. Bitch, you make my mouth wrong. Yeah.